now it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? Blarg, indeed Mondays. Pat, hello. Rothgar, oh my gosh. Is that what I think it is? It is. It is. It is 6 months. Thank you very much. And Brismine, hey, all of the mods are here. Good morning, mods. Good morning, everyone. Holy crap. Hi! It's been forever! It has legit been forever. Hi everyone, how are you doing? It feels so weird. It feels... Mom! Hi Mom! I love you too. Good to see you. Oh, it feels so weird streaming right now. It feels so freaking weird. I don't know. I was gonna stream more. Doesn't stream for weeks at a time. Unfortunately, I've had a lot of health complications. So, they have not been fun. Thankfully, nothing that I had to get hospitalized for, though it got pretty freaking close a couple of times because there was a couple days where I hadn't eaten anything and I was like hyper nauseous for like 48 hours and couldn't like keep anything down. And so yeah, not good. Medically not good. My sleep schedule had been completely flipped. So I was on a pure Australian sleep schedule. Today was even weird because I woke up at for the mod pack. The beast, all the mods. Yeah, there you go. You knew you couldn't sleep for a reason. Oh, because I was gonna start streaming. Is that what it is? But yeah, so major medical complications. I was hoping to come back like right after Christmas, and then I missed the Christmas week. So the story of where Kat's been for the last 18 days? Yeah, something like that. 18 days. So Christmas happened. It was busy. It was actually a good Christmas. I hope everyone had a good Christmas and a good New Year's. I completely like spaced at the fact that the holidays happened. Like, yeah, that's the thing that happened. So I hope everyone had good holidays. For me personally, it was quiet, which was nice, but it was a little like off because I wasn't feeling well. So everything pretty much started December 15th. After December 15th, everything kind of just went downhill. I was having female complications, and that was like whatever. I can get over that. But then I was dealing with migraines. I was dealing with nausea. I was dealing with just fatigue in general, where I couldn't sit still, like, or I couldn't sit for a long period of time. Like, I was on bed rest or I was on the couch. Sitting in the chair was super uncomfortable. It was just like my body for some reason just like shut down, and it was like something's wrong, something's going on, and I just couldn't figure out what it was. I was drinking plenty of water. I was eating as much as I could. There were a few days where I didn't, like I said, eat anything. And then I actually, I think like more so I got like for 35, yeah, the suit, right. 35 years, oh, those, yeah. Well, it was, like, I thought I was getting sick, was not getting sick, but then I had migraines. I was waking up with migraines. I was nauseous. Like, it was just everything that I could possibly, like, have problems with, like, I was having problems with. And so, like I said, my sleep was completely screwed. I got up at 11 p.m. last night. So I've been up, like, all night. So I've been, like... I slept for, like, an hour and a half or 2 hours or something like that. Briefly throughout the night. But, like, I'm just completely... My sleep's swapped. It is completely swapped. Which is... like, it sucks when you're trying to recover. But at the same time, I was like, my body just needs sleep. I'm just gonna sleep. I have this weird little tufty bit. You can kind of see it's just sticking straight out. I haven't been able to get my hair done. I have an appointment next week, I think. So it's actually been a lot longer than I normally go in between my sessions. So, yes. A lot has happened. I almost didn't stream today either. Honestly though, I'm glad you're starting to feel better. Doesn't sound like it. It's just not a fun experience, no. And I don't necessarily, I think it's like my body crashing from hormones and all sorts of like complications and just like I don't know. It was just so weird. I like messaged my doctors and I'm like, I can't pinpoint what's wrong. Like, I can't tell you, hey, this is the thing that is wrong with me. I'm just dealing with all these other like side effects and complications. And they're just like, rest and drink fluids. So I was like, okay, cool. I drank pretty much apple juice, orange juice, pineapple juice, cranberry juice, like every one of the juices there was. I was taking my vitamins every single day. I'm like, yeah, it was not fun. But I managed to do a couple background projects while I was not feeling well. So we actually have in Region 9, if people have been up to date with the Discord at all, deal with it, they say. It wasn't that they said deal with it, it was just because I couldn't pinpoint what was actually wrong. They didn't have anything to really treat. Because like they were like, hey, if you're like not able to eat for like another day or so, like we can come in, put you up on like an IV and like stuff like that. So they were just like, if like what like there's nothing they could have done without having like actual symptoms. And it was so sporadic. So like I'd have migraines like for like 3 days straight where I just like lay in bed. I had like hoodie on over my head, like heating everything, like the sun and like I slept during the day because that was like when it was bright out and I was just like, ugh. But yeah, it was so weird. It's so freaking weird. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm feeling mostly okay the last day or so. I've been waking up mostly with migraines and headaches, so we'll see how long I can actually stream for, because I do think it's ocular based for some reason, because the pain is like C right behind my eye, like right in this area, and so it like starts across my head or like across my forehead and my eyebrows, and then it's like a pain like in the back of my eyes, and so those are where like my headaches like start. And I hear like migraines, like cluster headaches or migraines or something like that happen in the same way. I don't know. I'm drinking plenty of fluid. I'm eating, I had salmon for breakfast today, actually. And so like I'm eating fine. I'm having, yeah, I don't know. Do not know. Today, actually, it's funny. Speaking of things that is technically wrong with me, I stretched earlier and I was like, oh, I'm gonna like stretch and like be here ready for streaming. And I stretched and I like pinched a nerve like under my back shoulder blade. And so now when I like rotate my shoulder, it hurts. I'm like, man, I just can't win. So I'll try not to like flail around too much. Hopefully it doesn't hurt. Oh, that's cool. You can see my green screen for like a split second. But yeah, so we did the road in Region 9. Sounds like you need to warm up before you start streaming. I know, I tried. Really did. I even like actually walked around the apartment for about 5 minutes, I would say. 5-10 minutes, something like that. I was just on my phone, like reading through stuff. And I was just walking. I should have put the walking pad down. I have one of those like little It's not a treadmill, but it is a treadmill. It's literally called a walking pad. They need to put you in a cryo chamber for a couple weeks and let everything reset. Too bad that's not a thing. I mean, they do have that whole like water detox thing that you're supposed to do for like a week or something. And it's supposed to reset your entire body. Meh. Meh. They do also have those like what are they called? Sensory deprivation chamber. Yeah, that's what it is. There you go. I was like, I had the words, just couldn't put them together. But yeah, so they have that. But no, I was walking around because I was like, okay, if I'm not able to like walk around for like 5 minutes, I'm like, I probably shouldn't stream. But I managed to walk around the apartment, and which was fine. I'll just put up with my, yeah. I just got to the fishing ground to go find the road. So I am actually about to, at some point, connect the road from that village, south. So currently it's, if you go along the coastline, there's an elevator with I need to get more of the, light posts set up, but it's just, I finished the road, we got the watchtowers, I ended up getting the fishing village, and then I want to go back down to region 3 and pick up my, what's it called? My personal cache, to bring up to the fishing village. And then we have to discuss what we want to actually do with like the rest of the stuff. So I did manage to do that. I also, actually we can get into game while I'm talking about this, because we can hang out, chat. I keep forgetting that's like a thing where I'm like, oh, I'm getting into an active game where I'm like, oh no, I could just be chatting while I'm talking, but eh. Pause this. My computer has been like acting like a cricket, or like sounding like a cricket. It's doing some like weird chirping noise, and it's like, I don't know what's happening with it. It gurgles now too. Meh. There we go. I can't tell if I know there's the black at the bottom, but I don't know if, I guess it is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's because I'm not in full screen mode, and I should put it in full screen mode. Dan the Programmer, hello! Welcome back. Thank you so much, and Happy New Year. Yes, indeed. Happy New Year. It is, that time where you have to, like, remember to actually, change writing the numbers to 2026. Thankfully, for the last couple months, weirdly enough, I think it's because of all the, like, the recap stuff for, like, the years and stuff like that. It's easier to be like, oh yeah, it's 2026. Like, I even thought it was already 2026, like, a couple weeks ago. And I'm like, not yet. Not yet. What was I doing? There was something I was doing really quickly. I think it was food. Yes, food. And I needed to settings, graphics, borderless, apply. There we go. Now it's back to normal. It's because I had it in windowed mode. Sometimes I have it in windowed mode so I can like shrink it down if I'm doing something else. Speaking of doing something else, I started playing Pokemon again. And it's been actually a lot of fun. I've Prismarine still around. Thank you for my Mew. I've been using it like crazy. So I started playing Pokemon Violet again. I hadn't finished the game. And for some reason, I have to get used to this. I was playing other games and now I have to get used to the controls of playing BitCraft again. So yeah, we have all the towers. We have the towers here. I don't know if we have the towers. Oh, we still have the towers down here. We were supposed to trade these. So at some point, we're not going to have these anymore. Which is fine, because we have the 3 that are up here. And then we have this town up here, which is the Fisher's Delight. Which is 50-50 in this region, or in this empire, and in this empire. I need to get supplies to get this up so that we can empire it to make it the capital, so that we can move the capsules. It's like a bunch of stuff. So I've been currently rearranging this place. I have to fill up more of this so that we can unlock Empire like we did for the Alcatraz. It's Alcatraz, but we need to get more. So I've been kind of working on that. I added 1 extra smelter that's like level 2. Everything came with a so this is tier 5. We ended up getting a tier 5 settlement. I didn't actually have to do anything for it. They were actually Higgins was very kind to donate this to us, and as long as we keep it and we maintain it, they're more than happy, because they use it for fishing, aka Fisher's Delight. And so hopefully we can get it tiered up a little bit more. We'll see, because there's a level 6 or tier 6, but yeah, we'll see what happens from here. But yeah, so I've been going through and reorganizing, changing things up, and like moving stuff around. I put the fences around the trees. We have like a little NPC area. It's not a big settlement right now. I think this is probably going to be all the bigger we'll make it, at least for the time being. I didn't want to do the cluster circle because the totem, so we'll have to like move the benches around. So this was the last thing I was actually doing in BitCraft, was organizing this. And then I put like the bank here next to the market, and then the teleporter, and then Svem, and yeah, so I've been trying to like work from this section like back, and then add stuff as we go. So this is one of the things that we are going to be working on. I was pulling up all the pavement because I really don't like the color of this pavement, and it does the weird glitchy thing, but yeah. I forgot to give you the mood. Did I give you a Jirachi too? Yes, actually. Jirachi, I think. I was gonna say, I was like, I think it was in my box as well. I thought I saw one. But I've been using the Mew. Mew's level 70 now. I am playing Violet. Or no. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm playing Violet. I have the Miradon, which is the purple guy. So yeah, that's Violet. I went back and I started playing Violet again. And I was like halfway through the game, I think. Yeah, I was like halfway through. And so I did the Elite Four. I fought, or I did all of the random story quests, like the defeat the camps, and then defeat the world boss stuff. And then I finished the Elite Four. I've talked to the rival chick, and I think that's the last thing I have is to fight her. And then I haven't gotten the Zone 0 or whatever expansion yet. So at some point I might actually do that. But it was been nice because I actually hooked the Switch up to the TV in the living room, and so I could sit with the controllers and have the TV. And that was like nice. But I got into that, and so I also started watching a lot of Nuzlocke. So at some point, I want to figure out how to actually get a Nuzlocke going. So I was trying to look into it a little bit, and it got very confusing. Trying to find, like, you know, programs to run Nuzlocke, and so I kind of gave up, and I was like, oh, I'll wait until I actually, because I thought about running a Nuzlocke, as my like first stream back and be like, hey guys, we're gonna play Pokemon, and be like, what? But I couldn't get it set up in time, and I had no brain power to actually get it to work. We need an efficient town to work out of. The ones I've been to are pretty, but not very fun to work out of so far. Yeah. You don't need anything special for a basicness. Well, I need the games and a way to stream the games. With the Switch hooked up to the TV, I could technically hook it up to the PC. But the only games I have for the Switch, Pokemon-wise, are, I think, Shield and Violet. And I don't know if I necessarily want to do anything with that. So yeah, we'll see. But I figured I'd have to find a way to play the games. I might actually, like, one of my favorite was, like, Silver. And, like, I'd love to go back and play some of the older Pokemon games, because I haven't since, like, I was a kid. And I think that would be pretty fun. I watched Imagine, actually. He's doing a Nuzlocke with Musashi, I think is what his name is. And I think they're doing one of the remakes for Red. I'm not sure. But I was watching that, and they're doing a Soul Link, and I was like, man, that sounds like a lot of fun. But I started getting into watching Pokemon. I was watching Point Crow. I was watching Smallant. I was watching Wolfie. I'm trying to think who the other people were. Like, it was mainly Point Crow and all of, like, his Nuzlocke stuff that he was doing with a bunch of different streamers. Soul Links are fun. Like, I wanted to do something of that sort, because as much as I wanted to, like, spice it up, essentially. And, like, I'm enjoying playing Pokemon, but you can only do so much with a Pokemon game after you defeat it. So I'm like, I'm still going through. This is actually, Violet's the first one that I'm playing that I'm actually trying to catch everything. I had never done that before. Believe it or not, every Pokemon game that I played, I just, like, had my core, like, team, maybe, like, 2 or 3 teams, and I leveled them to, like, 99, and then that was it. I never actually went through the games and, like, bothered to, like, actually catch all the Pokemon. And so Violet's the first one where I'm like, I'm gonna catch all the Pokemon. I did a little bit with Shield, I think. But the Shield was hyper annoying to catch everything, because you had to wait for a certain time, a certain day, and then you had to, like, go back when the weather was right, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. Just let me play the game. So yeah. I was thinking about doing that. I just have to find, like I said, I have to find one. My pinched nerve in my shoulder blade is messing with me. So, Hrothgar, you should have access to everything. Oh, this is Alcatraz. Yeah, so Higgins and Higgs, I think, are the same person. And then I don't know who the Murmikbek is. But yeah. They were originally co-owners, and I wanted to leave them as co-owners, but then I was like, if we're moving everything around and we're gonna make this capital, I didn't want to necessarily risk it. So I put you guys, I think it should be officers. I don't know if is it make co-owner. Give co-ownership. Leave. Save. Oh, there we go. Okay, so then make co-owner. Give. Save. There you go. So now you're both co-owners. We do have a decent amount of, like, stuff unlocked. So, like, we have obviously the market. Tier 5 unlocked. We should probably unlock, like, more of these so that we can fill up the thing more. I'm not worried about adding more members. It's interesting that they had those. And I want to keep it small, so I don't think we're going to be adding any more tiles. But as it stands, this is what we're going to probably work out of. I just have to set it up. Just going for a dirty tier 6. Well, that's what I want to discuss. If we wanted to do that, because this is on the opposite side of the world. So which one do we want to spend most of our time at, I guess would be the question. This is already tier 5, or this is tier 4. Getting to tier 5 when I... Oh, the spreadsheet. I have... spreadsheet. We're at 37, so 38%. I haven't been working on it, but I'm sure it wouldn't be too much of a problem if I started working on it. So yeah, it's not too bad. But we have this over here, so we have Alcatraz over here, which is tier 4. We got that for the market. So we could do... So this up here, it's really interesting. It's really pretty, if you've ever been up here. This is an outpost, a tier 6 outpost. Claim details. Yeah, a tier 6 outpost, and it only has 2 people. They just topped up their supplies, but it has nothing there. It has a teleporter and it has a chest, and that's it. So I think at some point they might be trying to make it for mining, because there's a cave up there and it's really pretty. But I don't know. It's up to you guys. Like, I don't mind if we leave this tier 5, if we do the other one. It's really just up to what area do we think that we're going to be in more. And it's actually not that bad to travel back and forth. I think it was like... Was it like 17 supplies or something like that? 17 points? Obviously it costs more. We're at the very opposite. But getting down here is kind of easy. I've done this trip a lot, like back and forth. And I have to do it again when we make this capital, so like moving all of our capsules. So yeah, I don't know, like this out here doesn't have anything. This is the tier 6, so like that's also the Void's tier 6. But you have tier 8, you have Port Oral tier 8 here. It just depends, because like there's also on this side tier 6, so like I don't know. There's a fully built tier 6 settlement with tier 6 cave directly north of where we are here. We were offered it originally. Oh, up here? Astro. Ah, right. The Astrolite, Oldenholm. Yeah, because Oldenholm, I was gonna say, they don't have much going on with them anymore. Traveling Witches, which is Faye's. Faye got these towers. So Faye actually offered me, I guess, like a couple of the towers, but I don't know if I would take them up on it. Just because of how split it would be between the two. Oh my gosh, the towers are so expensive. I have Bob, not Bob, and Praise Jeezer. But yeah, so almost the 8,000, and it's only 54 days, and I think it's because we're split between regions. And so I'm like, what am I doing with that? So we'll see. 54 days is still not that bad. If we have to get more shards and capsules, we have a stockpile of capsules. Panda! Hi Panda, how are you? There's a road all the way up to the east coast. Oh. Yeah, I need to explore more of this. I know when I talked to Caesar, they were coming from... Where were they coming from? Where were they coming from? They were coming from somewhere over here, I think. And they were traveling over with capsules, and I was trying to figure out which route that they were taking. Oh, where were they coming from? It might have been Port Oral, actually. Now that I think about it. They might have been traveling, like, riverways? I don't know. I don't remember. But they said they had capsules in a place. This whole area has really bad riverways, though. Fishing these tier 5 fishies. Which are you doing for the kit? Or are you doing ocean fish? I still haven't got a kit yet. Jeez. So terrible. Oh, yeah, I wanted to move these around. So, move building. I'm gonna put you over there. I wanted to make, like a little area for, like harvesting and stuff. I wanted to keep everything close to the shoreline because I really liked, there was a couple towns that I found that had stuff at the shore, and I was like, oh man, it's so nice and convenient to have everything like boat access. It's so nice. I guess that's fine. But yeah, I was just kind of like playing around with like where we wanted stuff set up. I was thinking about doing like the little sections of stuff again. So like this is carpentry, like have everything like its own little section. So this could be like shoot, what's the word I'm looking for? Plants. Like carpentry and tailoring stuff could be here. And then we could put the looms like in the middle here, stuff like that. Dude, don't you dare. Don't you dare. There's a fence there for a reason. River fishing for the kit and the oil for driftwood. Oh yeah. Have you gotten any kits? Have you gotten lucky with kits? How is driftwood? What kind? I was gonna say, what tier are you guys? Because you're like pretty close by over here. Driftwood 7. Driftwood tier 7. You guys working on tier 8 then? So much farming. But yeah, I need to figure out what we want to do. If we want to level this one up, or if we want to keep with the island. Because I mean, like what? It's such like a difficult choice. Obviously we're done with like Ember Isle down there for now, at least. Region 3 has been busy. Like it's been kind of crazy. Looking at all of like the statistics for like the population and stuff, Region 3 has been doing better than Region 5. Like it's kind of crazy. I've been like watching them like get a bunch of new people for them so far. Plus I went to Region 1 to buy my mini-me. They're rounding down to words are hard to tier 8. Nice. That's like so much work. Us doing tier 6 and then we could have been tier 8 by now based on how many different settlements we've started over. I've always been in Region 2. I don't know if I should leave. I don't necessarily... I haven't been to Region 2 very much at all, actually. I know, I've seen a lot of people saying, like, Region 2 obviously has like the tier 10 settlement and stuff like that. So like getting stuff done in Region 2 like is pretty nice, especially if you're like a solo player. So I just don't know like population wise how much it is. I know 7 is pretty much quiet as always. It looked like Region 4 was actually doing pretty well. Region 1 was doing pretty well. And I think 8 was quiet as well. And then 9 has been kind of like stable around the same numbers as it's been. We literally could have probably been like tier 8 by now. Having 4 different settlements. 5 no, we had a lot more than that. Yeah, we probably could have. Next time we are sticking to a max of 2 settlements. What fisheries do we have off the coast here? I think everything. Region 6 was still early on, and Region 5 is good towns going. There is definitely a lot of good options. The big reason I came to Region 9 was because that was where all the like events that Tony was doing were, so I like kind of wanted to be where the people are. I guess we can look. Oh wait, how do I look it up? I don't know how to look up the resources. Tier 8 fish here, but everything ocean and otherwise spawns here. Oh, tier 8 and tier 9. Because I know, like, I mean, obviously, being here, you have so much ocean fishing. Like, this is so prime for ocean fishing. So, and I know Higgins was saying, like, he fishes from here. So, it being tier 5 and called Fisher's Delight. So, at least tier 5, I guess. But yes. I wanted to make this area. Wow. This table is like chunky. It's chunky. There's like not really a good place to put it. Yeah, it's not really a good place to put it. Yeah, I think that worked better over there. Something is good for tier 7, tier 6, 4, 5, everything else spawns all around. Yeah, we're southeast. That's where we were looking at previously. One sec. Oh geez. That is another thing. I thought maybe I was still getting over being sick. Because my nose, I had so much drainage last night trying to sleep that I actually woke up like unable to swallow, like unable to breathe because I had just so much mucus just like stuck in the back of my throat. It was so terrible. And I was like, what? Why? No. 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 Oh, we still have coverage pretty much everywhere. Wait, was that uncovered? Oh, that's funny. I guess this one square is uncovered. Oh well. So We can do that, and we can put... where did it go? I thought there was a... Oh, I put it over here. The construction and scrappers. Okay. I guess I can just leave them there. I don't really want to block this tree because the bank is there. And then I had this back here as like farming. Because it's what we were going to do with the other stuff. So I guess we can put I don't like having this open spot. I don't know what to do with it. It feels awkward. It feels so awkward having like this giant open spot. And I don't want to put walls. No walls. So like, I guess maybe we could make the circle. I'm not good at making the circles. Because if we did put the circle here, as we did, we could put the caches in, which was great for the other one, and we have this giant circle space. So we might as well. We might as well do what we did there. I can't collect the paving? Okay. Awkward. Okay. I guess not. I guess it's like protected in this area. That's fine. Oh, it was cute. The sign originally said like that this place was like for sale. And now when I looked at it again, it says welcome Ember, which is super cute. Inspiration if you want. We have plenty. A pretty fun layout. We do can I not unpave this? I guess not. Can I unpave that? No, I cannot. I can't unpave that. I guess I can click there. Yeah, that's weird. Unless... No, I think the sign is blocking it. I think the sign is blocking it. Yeah, I will definitely have to check out. Have I been to Driftwood yet? We do a lot of, I have not been to Driftwood yet. I've been there. I've been to Lothlorien. I haven't been... We'll have to go check it out. We'll do that. We will do that. Move building. Put you back over them. Why is this being so weird? Can't collect paving under building. I guess it's just because this is here, which means that is blocking. So if I move that there, I can click that. Yep. Also, at some point, I really do need to go down and get my personal cache from Region 3. So, I'm gonna have to do that. It still has stuff in it. And I don't know how I'm gonna, like, move the house or anything. My opinion is to dirty tear up the island for mining 6, then focus on just the fishing beyond that. And possibly farm stations so we have food production town. Tear the settlement up fully for the main crafting hub. Is that similar to your line of thought? Yeah. No, that is definitely, I could definitely see that. I was like, if I'm looking at, so looking at BitCraft map, the way region 9 is set up is kind of difficult no matter what, because everything's so far apart. And you have the pine forest, like huge pine forest. Like I think it has like one of the biggest pine forests. Yeah, it looks like it has like one of the absolute biggest pine forests. But it's so spread out. And so if we have all these resources if we're on either side. We're like on the opposite side. So we have all these resources if we're on the east side or on the west side. West side we can get down to tier 5 wood. But the same with like, it's just a matter of where we want to be. I do like being close to the autumn forest. I do find myself in the autumn forest quite a bit. So, and then I have to look and see if there's any roads, what the easy roads are. Do we even actually need the mining outpost? Aren't there another? Yes and no. There's the Rathium place that I was saying here, but it has nothing there. It's just there's a chest and a waystone, and that's it. So it doesn't have anything set up. It looks like someone's like just waiting for it to be set up. The rivers that network further connect us to the inside of the region, which helps in navigations a lot. Where is... You're looking here, so just south. Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about. It's connected into this riverway. Yeah, trying to find a way to get from here into the center is gonna be key. So I don't know. I guess we can make a road. Because I think if we get... No, that doesn't even connect there. Wow, this section has like no connecting riverways that are good to get into this section. Like none whatsoever. That's crazy. Because like none of this is like a lake area and it doesn't connect to anything. That's crazy. Do we... It's a quick way to most of the main settlements too. Yeah. Getting up to like Port Oral, Tower Port, Odin, Lunar Bound. So like the center up here. But we're coming from here, and so going all the way down here and over, we might have to figure out if there's like roads in this section. Through rivers, so if you can get there from your side, it should be connected. Trying to find where... I was gonna say, it was pretty close. I thought it was... Ah, there we go. Near the dungeon, yeah. We'd have to take a road. There's a huge road network in the Stone Gardens. That's the road I was all giddy about when we explored the area. I made a road that's a C, that's like this. And And then I think there is more roads that are in this area. I'm pretty sure. So if we could get like straight across. Hi, Mad Dog. You are first. Congratulations. Even though Pat was technically first. And then Hrothgar stole first. So what's on second?
So, who broke it?
Yeah.
I'm not mad. I just want to know.
I did.
Yep. I broke it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up all the tiles. We can't put a personal cache in this area because we can't put anything near the totem. So, because of that, we're probably gonna have to like move everything like into this section. Even though it would be nice to have everything like around here, but we can't put the cache. So unless we made like a U of benches instead of having... I really hate this tile. As I'm talking and we're deliberating, I'm just gonna get rid of this tile. It's terrible. It's so fun. I started putting everything as like the wood. I like the wood color. I thought about putting different sections as different colors. And it's only tier 1, so getting this pavement back, I'm just like meh. Meh. So yeah, we can definitely look. Can I see Region 9 roads? Oh wow. Yeah, there's a lot of roads up here. I need to go through and actually make more of the roads prominent. Ow. I saw the screenshot. Was it Seal who posted it? Ow. My pinched nerve. Yeah, it was Seal. Arvin and Miss, oh my god. Paving in the breeze. Yep. That's like... That's so crazy. Making that road that I did took me forever. And it's only 1 wide. And I need to actually make a road that goes down, but like this is a problem. With this being the riverway, so like coming down here and then connecting, I don't know. Maybe there's a way we can cross. I'll have to look. I have to do some deep diving and see if there's a way to cross the waterway there. It's always a problem. The waterways are always a problem. So yeah, we will make a circle. We'll put, I don't know if actually, I'm gonna use Source super quick. I'll be right back. We have a tunneler around the region too, so maybe you can hire them to connect everything up. Tony should know who I mean. Okay. I actually, like, I didn't mind doing I'm now like 60 construction. Yeah, 61 construction. Like, it was fine. It was something I was doing because I wasn't like also feeling well. So I could just let it, set it and forget it. So that was pretty nice. Very low impact, no brain required to just sit there and do construction over and over again. So yeah, it wasn't too bad. That's why you fish. Yeah. There is a path up here that goes through, but I kind of want to just make a straight path down at some point and connect to the other road. That'll be another time thing. There was some already done like roads up here. It's like that road up there. I see it kind of connecting on the map. It just does this weird like zigzag and doesn't go anywhere. So I might have to go through and like clean that road up so it's not deceiving. So we'll see. It just zigzags everywhere. Zigzag. Oh, trying to crack my shoulder blade. Stretch it out at least so it's not pinching my nerve. Nerve pinch. Okay. Oh, hey. I'm checking on these roads really quick. Alright. So yeah, there is like a little bit of a road that goes like windy through here, and it looks like there is like a way to get past here, but doesn't look like there's a road that gets past anything here. So I might have to look into that a little bit more. And then it just stops. It like stops over here somewhere. And then there's some weird structure. Is it that? I don't think so. I think that's up by the lake. So there's like a weird structure thing that's like in this area, I think. It's directly... Oh no, it's like right in here. So there's something here. Yeah, there's something right here. I have to go check it out. I haven't been in that area. But there's like a honeycomb pattern of something. Honeycomb pattern of something. Tier 10 bait fish right off the coast. I mean, there's tons of fish everywhere. Things have changed since you last paid attention. Yeah. I have been slightly paying attention. So like we have BitCast actually this Friday. And so we also were supposed to have an update this week as well. So we'll have bitcast, we'll have update and bitcast. But I was like thinking about like normally we do like, hey, what have you been doing since the last episode? And in my head I'm like, I made a road and being sick. Like, my dog is currently on a three stream streak, which is kind of crazy because, you know, I haven't streamed for 18 days. So it's kind of funny. Kind of funny. All right. My town is like 50-50. I wish we could move like settlements without like completely destroying everything. It'd be so nice. I'd move it closer to like the other side. So we have a tier 1 cave. It's not as good as the tier 2 cave, but we have a tier 1 cave right there. I got really hopeful thinking it was a tier 2 cave, and then I was like, no, it's not. Tier 1. So we don't necessarily have a good cargo or a settlement supply. So we'll have to figure that out. We have the tier 2 like stuff around, but we don't have the cave. For the news sections, his YouTube clips are amazing. Did it on the fly yesterday. I know. I saw the flowers. I didn't catch the Slayer one yet, but yeah, I saw the. I gave it a thumbs up on YouTube. It's really clever. Very, very clever. Very clever. And yeah, we I haven't gone through and looked at any of the settlement showcase forum stuff. So I need to do that at some point. It's just been so difficult not feeling well. My brain just isn't as like business focused, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Like trying to get like outline stuff for bitcast. I was like, I'm just gonna wait. Like, I'll wait until the very last minute when I have to do it. And it's like usually it's that Thursday. Brain not braining it. Brain definitely. It just does not compute. But usually the update's on Thursday. So doing most of the outline for the episode. And we have actually a decent amount of stuff to talk about with the Christmas update. Has anyone tried the prospecting? Because it's okay. I saw Tony doing a lot of the prospecting events, which are kind of fun, but I haven't really done it on my own since. I did a little bit of snow farming. And so I was surprised the snow was still around because I thought that was over by now. It's better. Yeah, it's definitely better as a group. I think everything, well, everything in this game is better with a group. But yeah, I don't know. It just takes too long of running around. Like I'd rather just kind of go into a cave and mine at that point. And I already got this is the ring that you get, which is the max stamina and then stam regen. And so it's like, I mean, obviously you can sit and craft for longer. So that's kind of good. But at the same time, I'm just like, do I want craft speed or do I want like being able to craft for longer? I haven't done any of the calculations for that yet. But yeah, doing the prospecting for me, I'm just kind of like, I was like very hopeful that it was gonna be like you could do it for any like tier that you wanted, but it's actually like very specific, like the berserker mushrooms and stuff like that. So either you're doing prospecting to get the levels, or you're actually gathering what you need for tier up. And I think a lot of people focus more on what is needed for the tier up. So if they had incorporated it with more of the like, hey, you can pick like flowers, or you could pick stuff that you needed for the tier up stuff, then it wouldn't be nearly as, I guess, time sinky. But yeah, it was fun. We did it for like the day that it came out. Tony and I did that collab stream, which was really fun. And so doing stuff like that and actually making it an event, I can see being really fun. The party hats also came from those boxes. I got a couple from the snow. I didn't get like any of like the big good ones, because apparently there's like mythic ones, and I didn't get the black one. So at some point I thought about trying to get it, and I was like, there's no point. Like, it's gonna disappear anyhow. So I'm just gonna wait until essentially launch at that point, and then I'm just gonna like hard collect everything when it comes out then. But like the premium stuff, obviously you keep at launch, which is what I like. I try to collect that the most. I had let's say I still have like the stuff here. I didn't do anything with the cabin. I didn't do anything with Regal, and the gilded tiles I haven't done anything with. I still have extra of that. I was going to do it as a giveaway, and I still might. I just don't know what to do with it as like a giveaway. So we'll see. I wanted to do something for like Christmas and for like New Year's and be like, hey, here's like a giveaway for the holidays, but again, I just didn't know like what to do with it in general. So I was gonna give it to Tony and be like, here, you do something with it. It's our favorite thing in the world, collecting pavement. It's so weird to me. Oh, that was weird. Laggy there. It's so weird to me that you can put down pavement faster than you can pick it up. So. Maybe in Region 5 with a giveaway stream. We stood there for like 3 hours, but it was fun. Nice. What did you do for the stream? You said you just stood there, but like, did you do like events, trivia, just raffles? Oh, excuse me. I put on the armor set and helped draw people in to come get a free gift. Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. I like the fact that you could get the multiple of the like the hats and mittens and stuff like that, because giving them away to someone honking their horn. Giving them away to people was really fun. I wanted to do more of that. Okay. Oh, hey, I have smelter stuff. I wish that if I hit you, and I just have the smelters right now, which is like the typical. Oh, I have NPCs up for some reason too. Interesting. Oh, project. I didn't want project sites. But I wish you could see chess. Like, I think the fact that, because you don't see the labels for chess, it's really annoying. And I'm like, I kind of want to be able to also, you know, filter and see chess. Instead of having to click on everything. Also, if people haven't seen, there's a really good, what's the word I'm looking for? Forum? Thread? Channel? Thing? In the main BitCraft Discord, where you can actually talk about what, like, the biggest bug for you in the game is, and then one quality of life thing that you'd want to change. It's a really good forum to, like, go through, or, like, thread to go through. They have, like, a vote system, so, like, you put a little, like, worm for bug, and then you put a wrench for, like, quality of life. And so I've went through, like, pretty much every single one and all the new ones that are up there. So I highly suggest people do that, because they are listening to a lot of, like, the feedback and, like, hey, what bugs are people, like, having the most problems with? What's the biggest quality of life thing that people want? And a lot of it tends to be the same thing. So, like, some of them have, like, 60 plus reactions to them. So I highly suggest checking that out and getting your vote in. It works for mine. The chess label should show. Oh, well, because I have it as show only building labels for personal crafts. So deployables, dropped items, buildings, apply, confirm. So it would show up there. So yeah, it shows up that way. But I don't want to see, like, all of the crafting stations names and stuff. So, and if I hit apply and it's buildings, I get one or the other. So chests being as buildings. Yeah, it's not great. Chests should be a separate thing. Okay. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to, like, eyeball it. There was, like, a grid pattern we used for the previous layout of the benches, and I just don't remember what it was. So I think I'm gonna have to, like, eyeball it. Yeah, I think I might have to make it, like, a C? I don't know. Because we're gonna run into this. And so we want to put, like, the cache somewhere in the center. So where would we want to put the center of it? I guess center could be, like, in between these two trees. So that way this is, like, the pathway. So we would have it probably, like, I don't know if it's gonna work, like, I guess, like, there. Because we can put it, like, up against the back here. I don't know. I guess I can just move stuff around. And then try and get it into a shape that we like somehow. What would we want? gonna look so weird. Do we want to do it that way, or do we just want to do sections? I don't know. Oh, I'm marked for expansion. Unmark. I guess we could put tiles down and have each section be its own little like tile thing. Because we have all the different, well, we have the option to put down all the tiles. So we could like make mining, we could do forestry. I think it's pretty much only the Oh. Connecting to chat. Interesting. My chat disconnected for 2 seconds. That's weird. Okay then. Okay. Do we want to do that? So if we put like mining back there. Yeah, trees. So we could put... I did see this in another area where they had everything like around the trees, and it looked really cool because it like protected the trees, but then also like you just walk around the tree and you could like craft things. I just don't know if I actually like that scenario or not. Like, where would I put all of this stuff? And I want like a pretty decent farming area. Weird. Oh, it's because it's... Yeah. It's not gonna ever like really be in line. It's the best it's gonna... That's the best it's gonna be. The other thing I could do is I could just make like lines of stuff. I don't know if I like that though. It's kind of what we did at the other place. We had the central area, and then we just had lines of stuff. It's better. And then we have to figure out what we're going to do with storage and how we're going to put storage in this. I'm not good at designing towns. I thought about that the other day when I like actually was putting stuff here, and I was like, I'm not that great at like actually designing towns because like it's just one giant open area, and I'm used to like detail oriented stuff. So like if someone was like, hey, you have this constricted area and you have to add decorations to it, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool, I can do that. But just having this giant open area, I'm like, what do I want to do with it? Because I think putting like the farmland like right here would be good. And then like I said, we have to figure out, I need to figure out my housing as well. Shoot. I wanted to bring my main character's house up here, but I have to empty everything out of it. And I can't empty it into the warehouse because a lot of the stuff doesn't belong in the warehouse. It's like random stuff, like very random stuff. And so I'm like, I can't, like, where do I put the stuff? And I don't know where to put the stuff. I was gonna see if Cal would let me take over. Like one of his places, seeing that he doesn't play anymore. So I could just drop everything in. But I haven't asked him about it yet, so we'll have to see. We will have to see. Is this all gonna fit? I saw some like really awesome designs for farms, like the creativity that some people have to just like make out like designs and like have it like, I thought about having like the farming area extend like in like this area and have it like rotated around the tree, but I was like having to like, I want to keep everything in this zone. So I was thinking maybe putting it around another tree, but I like the idea of having farming near like the big tree for some reason. I don't know why. I like it near the big tree. It's the same thing at the other town. I had like the farming near the big tree for a while. The fact that we have another big tree is pretty nice. Okay. So we can put like farming all the way down here if we wanted. I do think I want to push it in one so it's like not right on the border. And then we do have to make more farm fields, of course. I think we have like 30 farm fields. Or maybe even more than that. It might be 30. It might be more at the other place. I was trying to remember what I had my keybinds as when I was doing the unpaving party with Tony, and I completely forgot, so I'm just doing it manually with like the shift click. But I remember because I could just right click and like switch it, but I couldn't remember what it was, and I was like, I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't want to like break it. Don't want to break it. Okay. So if we put farming here, we can make that like pathway again. I don't want to necessarily get rid of any of these trees, but I'm thinking like maybe we should get rid of this tree here, and then we can put the circle here. Because then that... I don't know. Or we just leave it as straight lines, like I said before. It just looks so weird right now. So we have the farming and cooking. And like, I don't like the fact that the cooking is like all the way in the corner there. And then I couldn't get through here. So I don't like when I can't just walk through something. So I'll have to like figure out where to put that. And how many smelters we want. We have to figure out all of that. Where do we want everything else? We have like the kiln. Gotta figure out. So much to figure out. Okay. Also, like, what would we do with this front area? I would do one in, I need to put a, I did give Svim and them their own chests, but I need to put a, what's the word I'm looking for? Stockpile? So, maybe I can do that. Tier 4, what stockpile do I want? I guess we could do tier 3. Because that's what we have in the area, right? Because up here is Autumn Forest and down here is Stone Garden. I need to figure out what's in the Stone Garden. Sheets. Resources. What is in the Stone Gardens? We has tier 6 animals. We has tier 8 berries. Tier 5, tier 4 clay. Tier 3 fiber. A bunch of fish stuff. Flowers, we have tier 2, tier 3. Hieroglyphs, we have monsters. Or stone. This is what we're looking for. So we have 4. What about clay? Where's tier 4 clay? Okay, so we have tier 4 clay as well. So we could do tier 4. And then tier 4 wood. Tier 4 trees is pine forest. Or tundra. Or swamp. But region 9 has no swamp. Don't say the S word. Oh no, autumn forest has pine. So yeah, we could do tier 4. We can do tier 4 pretty easily. Oh wait, tier 4 requires nails, I think, though. So tier 4 ore is also Rocky Garden. So yeah, we'll do tier 4. Tier 4 is going to be easy for us to get stuff in the area then. So tier 4. Okay. Do I want to put it? I guess we could put it there. That should be fine. Unless we wanted to put it over in the corner here and then move Sim over. I guess we'll have to wait and do that. You know, seeing that. I put it there. Okay. I did like how this was set up over here with the NPCs. So I think I'm leaving this section like where it is and how it is entirely. Because the NPCs, like minus Svem, I guess I could put Svem here, move him down here. But then we don't have the fishing table unless I put the fishing table like over here and then... Because I want the fishing table and Svem to be like right next to each other. Which I guess we could do. Do I want to do it that way? And then that way all the NPCs are around each other. Shoot. That won't work. Because I would need to have swim here so that you could put the stockpile. Or should I just leave swim over there? I think I might just leave swim over there. Okay, you can go back over there. And then these guys can just... You can move back to where you were. I think he was turned a little bit more, wasn't he? No. And then you can get out this way as well. Yeah, okay. I kind of wish the water was like shallow here. Of course it's not. Okay. Now to figure out how to get Sven back in his spot. No! No, 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 no. Wrong thing. Okay. I think... There we go. So now... I don't want to mark for expansion. Unmark. Okay. But yeah, I think this area here is really well done. I just need to add its decorations. So like have the path. Having Elise behind behind the bank with like the tree and the tree here seemed pretty well. I just put Bricko here because I didn't want his butt like blocking everything else. So yeah. This is what I mean, like if you give me a tight spot to like actually like decorate in, I can put stuff together. Like I'm like work on a micro level instead of like a macro level. But having this giant open area, I'm like, I don't know. What do I build in here? Okay, so first and foremost, it is night, but enjoy your lurkin'. Is there easy access to wood? Oh, shoot. Did we say that wood was here? No. Wood was in Autumn Forest, I think. That's what we said, right? Autumn Forest. Yeah. So I have to go north, not... I guess we can just sail up that way. But yeah, having, I think, stuff close to the water, I think is going to be like what I want to do the most. Ah. So having that, I think that's what we'll do. We'll have the circle ring, we'll have the processors on the outside, like we did at the other camp, or at the other settlement. I think that's going to be our best bet. Look at all the tier 4 flowers. So many. Well, if you need tier 4 flowers, I found them. Oh, this was one of the places where I was saying it looks like there's something there and there isn't. I liked this the texturing, or like the paving. Not paving. What is it called? Shoot, what was it called? Pillar shaping. That's what it is. I like the pillar shaping. Ooh, what are you? Are you tier 2? No! Darn it. Boo. That would have been really nice if that was tier 2, because then we could have tier 2 and sail it down. Oh, the rubber band. Oh wow. More parking lots. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Looks like someone came through and started trying to pick up some of it. It's a very interesting design. You have the center totem, and then we'll have to do something like that, I guess, with the other one. And then you have the walkway. Oh, I guess there was another settlement here. Wow, there's just a lot of Oh, there is actually a settlement here. That's Wormwood. Or Wormward. Ward. Okay. So let's go get the... So this was the tier 6. Walls. Oh, they like blocked off. Wow, that's... It looks like it should be a walkway, but I guess... Oh, they might have consolidated. Yeah, it looks like they might have consolidated a lot of stuff. Because look at all the extra tiles out here. Yeah, they looks like they consolidated a lot of stuff. Okay. That's what we had to do at the other place. To keep with costs. Is my chat even working anymore? I guess so. That's weird. It keeps disconnecting. No? Oh, okay. It is. It says, welcome to the chat room. And I'm like, bye. It keeps disconnecting me. Having similar interests. Yeah, it's Twitch be twitching. Twitch be twitching. Oh. What does this be? Oh wow. Very consolidated. Oh. Oh, that's... Huh. Two settings. Where is apply? Confirm. Another just random settlement that has been consolidated, I guess. Seems to be a thing. A shout out to me, but... Barter stalls, town built, run by owners and co-owners only, and taught me it's the best way to pull in what citizens gather and stack it for the next year. Nice. Joseph, thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. Ah, that was weird. It changed. Okay. Let's take the tier 4 with us. Hello. Enjoy your lurk. That's what we did. We have the barter stalls, and then we moved it to the housing. Which I still need to take down the barter stalls. Keep forgetting to do that. That's so funny. I wonder how much stuff I actually have in my lost and found at this point. I don't know how much it would actually be though. Because I think most of the stuff, I haven't really like had many things like destroyed on me. I don't know though. The only problem with the barter stalls is the weird buy order system that they have going on right now. It's not that great. Like the UI isn't great at all. So yeah, that's one of the reasons we moved over to the housing. Well, also because then anyone who we gave housing permission to could use it. So yeah. Yup. Because I'm trying to think, like, these... I know they were talking about the barter stalls a while ago, and I don't know if they said anything about changing it or fixing it yet. That should be, like, the thing that I put as my quality life and bug report. Okay, like, barter stalls. Quit messing with things that aren't broken. We can actually get a lot of cargo. How far away from... We're not that far from home. Yeah, we're not far at all. That's pretty crazy. Want to buy ferrolith and perlite ingots. Oh, are they going for tier up? Or is this for benches? Yay! 3 already too. Congrats on the stream streak. I keep forgetting I meant to like do the redeems for Dyson Dangers. So at some point I need to do that. Oh, yachty face. I technically have been awake for 12 hours now. But I did manage to sleep like a couple more hours. It's like, I don't know. I don't do well with napping. So it's either I like fully sleep or I don't. And so like getting an extra 2 hours of sleep, like I woke up pretty wide awake. I laid in bed reading for a while and then I like nodded off again and then got up, was reading for a while. Oh, speaking of reading, I'm on book 6 now. I just started it today of the Dungeon Crawler Carl book series. So look at the angry cat. Oh, you can't see it because it thinks it's the background. No. Gosh. But yeah, angry cat. So yeah. It's a really good series. I highly recommend it to people. The downside of it is the amount of like gore that's in the book series is very, very, very over the top. And I don't tend to like visualize it a lot of times. And so like if you're someone who reads a book and like visualizes stuff like really heavily, it would probably be put in the horror category or slasher category instead of just like adventure category. So I don't like really pay attention to a lot of the stuff that's like in the book as like descriptives of like what happens. But it's really funny at times. I like the plot twists. I like the characters as a whole are so well done. It's been like probably one of my favorite series that I've read. Because it reminds me of like the Dresden Files, like the main character. And I watched a bunch of interviews with that Jim Butcher did, was talking about like how he essentially enjoys screwing over Harry Dresden. And so this character Carl, it feels like Dresden and Carl would be like trauma bonded. Like the two of them together would probably be like best friends. And like the way that they come up with stuff is very clever, like different situations and like how to think outside the box and problem solving. And I think about that sometimes too when I read this book, where I'm like, if I was put in this situation, would I have thought to do that? And I mean, like, it's very unconventional, and like, so like playing like D&D and stuff like that. I don't necessarily come up with like clever ways to do things. And so I'm like, I don't know if I would like survive in a world that was kind of like you had to like really think outside the box and like break. Like I think of people who their enjoyment is breaking video games and like trying to find every exploit that's in a video game and like how that mindset is. And it's kind of like the same thing with this book series. I'm like that like out of the box problem solving. Like I'm sure I could come up with something that's very creative. And it was the same thing with reading Awaken Online, because Awaken Online had the same main character kind of like thinking outside the box, thinking of like ways that they could like get around loopholes. And I like, obviously, you know, it's like the author coming up with it and being like, hey, I think this would be a good way to do this. But like, even then I'm like, man, this author is coming up with some like pretty cool ways to like think outside the box in these like situations. So, but yeah, I wouldn't read the series if you're like squeamish at all in any means. It gets very, it's definitely 18 plus. Like the book series itself, not like because there's any like corn or anything, but mainly because of like the things that they reference, and it gets very like derogatory at times, or very like the way people insult each other is very like raunchy, I guess, in a way. But it's done with like such a comedic kind of flair that it fits in those like circumstances, which is interesting. It's not like, oh man, it's more like they deserve that. So, oh, I will be right back. Probably quick break. Go take care of groceries really quick. Hopefully I don't get eaten alive. And yeah, I'll be right back. Sorry that took so long. Twisty! You defeated me in fishing in Microscape. Tisk tisk. It's all good. I probably, oh my god, it takes forever. I know. I had to do more than just put groceries away. Apparently, in like, I guess anywhere from like 2 to 4 hours, we're gonna have a city inspector come into the apartment. So I had to like super quickly spot clean. pick up all my piles. I actually, so this is what took me forever. I actually put my piles away. To inspect what? Oh, the plumbing. Because our bathrooms, are like connected because it's an apartment. And so they have, I guess what is considered a wet wall? I think, I don't know if that's the correct term, but essentially it's like the wall where all the piping is. So they have to get into that wall for maintenance. And so because that's the case, then they have to check like our side because it's this same wall. So yeah. The city. Yep, city inspector. So it's essentially like highfalutin maintenance people. Highfalutin maintenance people. So anywhere between like 2 to 4 hours. So I did like, I put all my clothes away, I put my piles away. Most of my piles are just clothes. I get lazy and I just like throw a pile of clothes. I did have like the box that mom sent. I hadn't put like the ramen away yet. It was still just sitting in the box. And so the box is just like sitting on the floor behind the green screen. And I was like, I should probably put that away. So that counts as groceries, right? Putting ramen away. But yeah, so Cow is also going to be coming home early from work to take care of like city inspector stuff. Which is nice because, you know, doesn't want his wife just kind of at home alone dealing with city inspectors and people coming into the apartment. So I greatly appreciate it. My anxiety would just not be happy. So he'll be here to take care of that. Oh. I did get a giant bag of Kit Kats, which was really nice. I got a giant bag of Kit Kats. But yeah. Now I'm like thinking if there's something I missed. I think like all the trash was taken care of. We did some like, do you peel your Kit Kats? How do you peel Kit Kats? I snap my Kit Kats. There's heathens out there that just eat the whole Kit Kat and they take bites out of it. And you gotta respect the Kit Kat and you gotta snap it. What do you mean peel? You peel everything you Excellent. Oh, good job. Oh, peeling salt. Okay. I guess if you have like a salt rock. Himalayan salt rock. You could technically try and peel that, I guess. Oh, so good. So good. The calories drop out, right? That's exactly it. That is exactly it. The smaller the bites, the more calories you burn too. So funny. I'm trying to think if there is actually anything. I should probably... I guess Cal's gonna be home soon. If there's any, like... Only with spices. It's true. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I hate this. I hate this where I'm like, I know that there's something going to happen and I'm like, and I feel like something's missing. Like I'm gonna feel like this all day. I'm gonna feel like it all day. Even though, you know, there's probably nothing out of place. I had this conversation the other day actually, where I said being here in the new place has been a lot easier to keep stuff clean. Because normally I have like clutter just everywhere. I'd have like bookshelves with just a bunch of stuff on them. And like, Cow is not like that. Cow is very, everything has its place. Everything's organized. It's like, chaos does not exist in Cow's like functioning. In like how he likes his spaces. There's no chaos. Everything has its place. Everything's tidy. Everything's like the same height, the same color furniture. Everything's like precisely where it should be. Like it like it looks like you walked into like a showroom like at all times. And so like as someone who is a just an entity of chaos, I greatly appreciate when someone has that level of organization, because then I get to live in the organization and I don't have to do the organization. So me being an agent of chaos, I do appreciate the kind of routine of it. And he does like, hey, can you pick up your stuff? Hey, can you take care of this? Hey, can you clean this? And I used to like really hate it and be like, oh my god, like, why? And then like now I'm like, you know what? Thanks for reminding me. Like, I grew as an adult. But yeah, so like everything's like pristine, and like I appreciate that. Even before he has to, I mean, maybe. But like, I had this conversation where I'm like, I don't leave, other than clothes piles, like I don't really leave stuff out. I had like my arts and craft supplies out at one point and they got like put away like pretty quickly. Cactus, hi Cactus, how are you? Happy New Year. But I have all my art supplies in a tote, and so it was kind of easy just like put everything back in the tote and put it back where it belonged. And before, it would be like I would just have a mess of stuff like sitting on a counter or sitting on a bookshelf or sitting like under a desk. Like I just had stuff like everywhere. And I started to realize like the only things that I really touch day to day is like my computer, my phone, my Kindle. Like, and that's really it. And he definitely seems to have that ND level of hyper focus when it comes to games. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure, but yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Just yeah. So like it used to be that I would collect a bunch of stuff. And like that was one of the reasons we were talking about it, was because I was like, I miss collecting. And we were talking about, because I started watching like Pokemon card stuff. I've been watching a lot of Pokemon stuff. And so I was like, man, like I miss collecting things. I miss like collecting cardboard. And he was like, yeah, but it's like, where are you gonna put it? And we have like such a small place. And especially like with like the plans of having kids, and like what are you gonna do? Like half of the computer room itself is gonna have to go somewhere else. And we're trying to figure that out. And we're gonna have to get rid of more stuff and more furniture to like accommodate the fact that this is gonna be a kid's room at some point. Like, so thinking about all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, I used to like have just stuff everywhere. And I used to collect a bunch of stuff. And so now I don't like collect anything unless it's like digital. So like the Kindle, all of my books. Like I would love to have like paperback books. I love reading paperback or hardcover, like physical books. But I can't store them. And it's been like that for like a very long time, like since moving to California. And I mean California in general is like sardines. And so like, yeah, it was very fascinating kind of seeing the evolution of like, maybe I could like be like minimalist if I really wanted to. I've thought about doing that for like a long time now because like I don't collect anything anymore. I used to collect anime figures. Anime figures. That sounds so weird. Anime figures. Manga, books. Like I collected like everything. I was the collector of things. And I've pretty much gotten rid of like 90% of it. The only thing that I have right now that's collector is a single like small 3-shelf bookshelf that has my like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, some anime DVDs, some manga, and that's like it. And that's like the only thing of my like my anime collection and my gaming collection I have left. So yeah, it's like the tiniest bit. Surely a card binder wouldn't take up too much space. So I thought about card binders, but we have an entire tower that's like 5 feet tall. It's literally my height. My eyes are burning. It's because I've been awake for probably so long. It's like a 5-foot tower of the card boxes. And it's all Magic the Gathering. So I was thinking about getting rid of like a lot of the Magic Gathering cards because like we don't really do anything with it. But at the same time, I'm like, man, it would be really nice to like use that in the future and like actually make like a cube or something. And so like, yeah, I'm like, I don't want to get rid of it if I might potentially play with it, but that might potentially is what screws it. If you were like, then just do it. You'll see then. If you like art, Oh, sorry. My brain is not functioning like at 100%. I've already been awake for like 13 hours. You'll see then. Yeah. Just do it. That's pretty much like what at this point, like trying to get stuff situated and like put in places. It's kind of like that. I just want one more. Give me one more. Come on, one more. Come on, one more. Jeez, come on, one more. There we go. That took forever. How many of those are commons and dupes and stuff? So yeah, it's bulk. A lot of it is bulk. And the other part of it is like, what's the word I'm looking for? I have my collection binders. So we have the collection binders and I was thinking of like, what if we just got rid of the bulk? But if we made like jank decks with them, then like it might not be a bad idea. And I don't know how much of it is actually like dupes. I think it might be like play sets. I don't think we kept very many. We didn't open too many boxes. Do you play Minecraft at the moment? At the moment, I have a Minecraft server. If people want to join the Minecraft server, it's still up and running. I think my dad is still on there. I haven't been on it much at all. Just because we have so many projects that are happening with BitCraft. It's kind of hard for me to like split my attention. But yeah, we do have a Minecraft server. And I watch all of Hermitcraft stuff. The Minecraft server is also open if people want to join. All I need is your Minecraft name. I found all of my 90s and early 2000s magic cards in the other day. I had lost them in my collection for the past 8 years. Jeez. Yeah, most of the cards we have. So there's two. It's funny. There's two different sides. There's a bunch that is like Cow's classic cards because he's been playing since like launch of Magic. So he has like a lot of vintage, and it's not like, I think it's Ice Age primarily, and like that block. So there's nothing like hyper valuable. I know I have some I think I have 2 lands that have the swirl design, which are like probably like, I forget what they're called. Are they sack lands? They're like the super hyper fancy magic lands that people like went crazy over. They used to be worth a lot. I don't know if it still is or not. But I have a couple of those. And then everything else is like more modern. So like Dominaria and Forward. So it's like more modern stuff. And so like, if we tried to go through and price it, I don't think there'd be like much, like, I don't think it's worth like too much, like monetarily wise. But I thought about actually like getting rid of some, like seeing if I could get rid of some of the bulk and then like maybe try and get some like Pokemon cards and like have like a binder that is like my collection of like Pokemon cards. What is this game? Because I don't know this game. This is a BitCraft Online. Oh no, I was gonna say I can't access YouTube chat. Let me see if I can do it this way. YouTube. Is it gonna give me that I'm live? No. That's so weird. View your channel. There we go. Now I'm live. Moderation helps people feel safe. Clues. Okay. What? Why is it? Okay. There we go. I posted links in YouTube for it. So it's like RuneScape where you have different skills that you have to level. So you have all of these different skills, different things that you craft. It's a resource management game mostly. But the live is 30 seconds after. Yeah, I know. It's annoying, but I'm like, I don't know that I can. I thought I had it on low latency for YouTube. Where was advanced? No. Huh. I don't know where to find the settings for the thing like anymore. That's so weird. There used to be like stream settings. It says community moderation. No. It's not what I want. But yeah, it is an MMO, so it's multiplayer. You can't quite see it, but there's chat. So So people are talking in region chat. All these towns, the ones that have the Roman numerals, are player made. So the whole game's kind of based off of a sandbox where you can make towns and like communicate with people and build civilizations. They have dungeons. They're like, eh. Most of the time, the game, like I said, is resources. So getting different materials, and like different parts of the world have different materials. So you can see the different color biomes. So this is Stony Gardens, this is Calm Forest, this is Autumn Forest. And each one has different stuff in them. And then this is Tundra. You can see this sliver here. That's Snowy Peaks, I think. And then Pine Forest. This is Pine Forest. This is a starter town. So like the starter towns are the only towns that aren't player made. 26, I think so. I think this sale is over. Because it was, yeah, it's $29.99. There was a sale that where it was 50% off. Which just apparently ended. But they're going to do more and more sales. So if you feel like waiting for that, you can wait for, I think probably the next thing would be like spring. Whenever Steam like does their major sales or a major holiday. But I think they've discounted it a couple of times now for different just random things. They were like, I think this last one was 50% off for the holidays. And then eventually it's going to go free to play, but that's going to be like a year or two down the line. It's going to be a while. So for me, it doesn't have a subscription and it's still multiplayer. So spending it was originally like $30, I think, or like way more, 35. I think it was $30. But either way, because it's going to be a couple of years or a year or two, then I didn't mind like spending the money. Also, Hightail is coming out, so there's that too. So when you said there's a giant Audacity, I think. So weird. Yeah, I start mine through OBS. So it might be that I have to look at some of the settings via OBS. Settings. We'll have to see. I don't normally open like YouTube. Everything's like on OBS, and for some reason like the multi-chat, it only lets me type stuff in Twitch chat, which is weird. So I can see both chats, but I can only like actually interact with the one unless I actually go online. I don't mind though. I'm willing to put in the work. Oh, what is this? Oh, people are talking about streaming BitCraft. Having another game and then having BitCraft in the corner. I actually was looking at trying to run both accounts. Because I have an alt account. And I was thinking about just doing it like split screen. And having both the alt and the main. That way I could just do both. And it's not... I'm constantly doing something at that point. So, we'll see. I might end up actually doing that more often. I can't necessarily have the alt on a different monitor because all of my monitors are full. I did talk about getting another monitor at some point. I should. But I know I haven't been streaming like half of December, so yeah. If I want to upgrade any of my stream stuff, I have to use stream money, at least for the time being. So, oh. Yeah. I still have that pinched nerve in my shoulder. It's still driving me crazy. I keep trying to like stretch it out and it's just not gonna work. And anytime I stretch like my shoulder, it pinches even more. Sigh. I'm broken. Ah, 'tis be broken. But yeah. I did. I think, was it Pat? Were you talking about it at one point? I ended up, so Cal has been obsessed with playing, EverQuest. He has both the laptops and his computer. So he's try-boxing. Not currently, but I need to take a picture of it at some point. And he's try-boxing. And he's been doing... Remember, question asked later. Sounds good. So I started like... I'm like, I don't really want to play EverQuest. But it was like hyper nostalgic for him. I guess that was one of the first MMOs that he had played and like played for a very long time and got like really into it. And so it's kind of like more of a nostalgia thing for him at this point. And so he's been like hardcore playing EverQuest, and yesterday, the day before, I forget exactly, I was like, hey, we're not like really playing anything together because I'm playing BitCraft. I'm either playing BitCraft or I was like playing Pokemon. And so we weren't really gaming together or doing anything together. And I was like, hey, do you maybe want to play EverQuest together? And so, yeah. Now I'm just kind of like, it's a thing that like I don't necessarily plan on doing myself. It's mainly just like to hang out with Cal. Do you like a thing where if you reached 150 or 200 subs you upgrade? No, I just use whatever I make through Twitch, or I don't actually make any money through YouTube right now because I don't have enough subscribers. So none of my stuff's monetized via YouTube, and I don't have enough to do any like the membership stuff either, which is like, it is what it is. I use YouTube mainly for my VODs. But all my stuff that I get from like Twitch each month, if I get anything from Twitch each month, I kind of just pull it, put it aside and then like use that for like upgrade stuff. Most of my stuff has gone straight back into Dell, my artist, for all my emotes. I also have to look and see if I can add emotes via YouTube at some point. I need to do more looking into YouTube streaming. I definitely need to look into it more. See if there's like emotes and stuff that I can add through there. But it's so funny because I think I've spent at least like 75% of my earnings on Dell at this point and buying art and emotes for people. I just ended up, which was funny because when I looked at my statement, I just had a bill come out, which is the Twitch Turbo. So I'm gonna have to pay half. Like, I'm gonna have to give Dell payments, like payment plan for the next set of emotes. I decided that I gifted someone emotes, kind of like what I did with Stilthy. Except for this was someone who I've known for a very long time and I used to play like Smite with. And so it's been like a long while and I've known them forever, and they were talking about upgrading their emotes and I was like, hey, I have an artist. And they were like, yeah, if they're good, I'll like put a panel. So like I'm doing like advertising essentially for Dell at that point. And I was like, yeah, if you are willing to like check them out and like give them a chance, I'll like gift you like essentially a gift card to this artist. And so I was like, yeah. And then like as soon as I checked today, because I was like, oh, I was gonna send it when everything was done, and I'm like, oh, I should probably check. And then I'm like, shit, I don't have enough at the current moment, so I have to wait until like this next cycle for Twitch stuff. But it was because I ended up doing a lot of like gift subs for the holidays and for my, well, mainly for my birthday. And so I ended up using, like, I just kind of like funnel it straight back into the stream. Every single thing I've earned via stream has gone right back into the stream. You need 500 subs, 3 videos, or 300 or 3,000 hours. Yeah. I have, eventually I'll probably hit the requirements, but it's gonna take like another 6 months probably. Yeah, and on Twitch I'm already, ow. I don't know if you heard it or not. I just smacked the back of my hand and my nails off my desk. My spatial awareness sucks right now. On Twitch, I have all of this stuff unlocked, minus like partner, but I don't want partner because then it comes with too many contracts and obligations, and it's sure it's like a bit of a like a pay upgrade, like you get a better percentage, but even then I don't even think you do. I think it's literally you just get the check mark at this point. I don't think there's any benefit. 377 subs away. I'm at 1, 2, 3 subs on YouTube, which I think is great. I don't do anything but live stream at this point. I was putting up gameplay only streams or videos on YouTube, and I was trying to do more shorts. But I keep forgetting. Shorts are pretty easy. I think I can throw together shorts like super quickly. I forget to do it. And then I'm like having to go back through like 6 to 8 hours of stream footage, and I never remember to like write down like funny moments. And then I'm like, I don't even know if this is gonna be a good short or not. It's like if there's like an action game or something else like funny that happens, but like BitCraft's not. You have to actually like not choreograph. What's the word I'm looking for? It's something like choreograph. Curate. You have to curate like an actual video for it. So coming up with content for BitCraft is a little harder than like, here's this sick action play of me like 360 no scope and then like making a short and suddenly the short does amazing. BitCraft doesn't necessarily have that. Did I get the waypoint? Yeah, I did. $0.01 to 3 cents per view. Hey, it's at least something. It is at least something. I did used to have, and this sucked because I wish I would have paid more attention. I had an old YouTube account that was monetized. And it was like one of the very, very, very early, like first, like back when YouTube was like just starting. So I had like an account from like all the way back then. And so everything was already monetized and you use AdSense and stuff like that. And so I lost, I think I could still get into the account, but I lost the money on the account, like all of it. because of the fact that I didn't keep up with the account, and like AdSense no longer became like a thing, and now it was like restricted based on like the amount of views and all that kind of stuff. And so I was like, it's kind of like someone saying that they have like Bitcoin in a hard drive somewhere. It's what it felt like. I was like, oh, I was sitting on like a nest egg and like lost it all. So, and some of the videos had like a few thousand, not like anything that went viral. So it probably wasn't too much, but it's still like something, and I never collected it. Never collected it, which is sad. Oh, hey. It's a Dorfin. Yeah. That definitely hurts. But it's kind of like the same hurt as like Pokemon cards. Like I used to have the full like 151 Pokemon cards, like the Ancient Mew card and everything. Not what I want. I just realized I don't want building. And so like I had all of the cards and I'm like, damn. If only I still had them. And it's not even that I want to like sell them. It's just like now that I'm getting back into like liking Pokemon, I'm like, man, it would be really nice to even just have them. And so like that hurts sometimes where I see like people going to conventions, or not even I guess conventions, card conventions. And like having like seeing these cards that are grails for people, or like what's what I'm looking for, chase cards and stuff like that. I'm like, man, I had that card. And I like people that I watch Deep Pocket Monster a lot, and like his challenges that he does. And so I was like, man, if there was like a card that I would do a master set for, like what would it be? And my favorite Pokemon's Mew. So I was like, I'd probably do a Mew master set. But the problem with that is Mew in general is like hyper expensive. Like Bubble Mew, I think is like almost $1,200 card or something like that. I heard the market's crashing at this point though. So I don't know. But yeah. I would do Mew. I'm trying to think if there's anything, like any other Pokemon that I would be like, I would want to collect all of them. I don't understand people's obsession with Gengar. Apparently that's like a thing. Everyone's like, oh my god, Gengar. I'm like, but why? I like Haunter more than Gengar. I thought it would be Espeon or Umbreon. One of those, but like, I don't know. I think for me personally, I like the Evolutions, but like everyone likes Evolutions. I just think to a certain degree it's overhyped. And I guess Mew in its own way is kind of overhyped. Yeah. Let me open that up really quick. And I will get you, unless you have the Discord. I was gonna say, if you have the Discord, I know it's we have the information there. But I'll get you the stuff added. 1 point. I don't know if it's 1021 or 2110. I think it's 1021. So 1.10.21. I think. I'll get you the information. Like, I think it's not the latest update. It's the one prior to that. Wait, what? Player does not exist. Did I? Oh, that's because I spelled it wrong. Wow. My brain. Ah, okay. Jeez. Finally. I was like not able to type that out at all. My brain was just like, nope. Okay. Let me grab you the information. Yep. 1.2110. There you go. Oh, wow. Oh, it didn't. There we go. Now it's correct. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, I don't know if it does that still. Because I know as soon as you sent me the message and I'm like, I'm Caxus, I was like, yeah, I remember, but I'm like, oh, no, we were trying to get the other thing to work and I don't think I ever got it to work. So, hopefully it works for you. Also, YouTube chat, it doesn't like format well. Like, it's really weird that the YouTube chat doesn't format very well. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Like Twitch chat, I can at least like edit it in a certain way, but I guess, I don't know. It doesn't like copy and paste very well, which is interesting to me. It is what it is. Again, I need to go through and look at like Twitch chat more. Or not Twitch chat, YouTube. And see. Okay. Ah, blinding light. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to see if there's like stuff that I could change on YouTube, but I'm gonna have to like go through and like look at a tutorial of how to actually go through the settings. No, it's fine. Perfectly fine. I want people to stay on the platform that they prefer. Plus, also YouTube doesn't have ads, so that's like one of the things I if someone has a YouTube channel that live streams, I tend to watch the YouTube more than I watch the Twitch version. One, there's no ads. Two, it's usually a better quality. Because like the I think YouTube's AVI one and Twitch isn't. And so yeah, like I personally end up watching a lot more like YouTube than I do Twitch. But all the people I watch are on Twitch. So yeah. Yay! I think yeah, spawn was changed to the island. And so the island that you spawn on is the market. I don't know if I have the witch hut up, but I don't have like any of the stalls or anything. And so that's going to be like, or the central hub of the server where if people want to make like a shopping district. And then everything off of that island is free game to like go explore and settle on. I haven't been on there since my dad was like, hey, I built a bridge. So I have to go figure that out and see. Usually I was going to do Minecraft Mondays. And then I was like, shoot, we're doing all the stuff for BitCraft at this point. But yeah. But going back on the Pokemon topic. I think Mew in general for a long time was overhyped as well as like a Pokemon. Like everyone's like, oh, I love Mew. Mewtwo is kind of in the same boat. Like, but the evolutions as a whole is like the most like hyped thing other than Charizard. And so like if I had to pick something to probably master set, it would be Mew specifically. Mew's cards are so expensive though. I think Mew as a whole, other than like Gengar, have like the more expensive cards. I would just want an ancient Mew card again. Because I went to the movie theater and I got the ancient Mew card. And the fact that I don't have that card anymore, but like remember being a kid and being like, I have this card. Yeah. I think whatever hobby... Oh no, I dropped something. Like whatever hobby like a kid gets into to start with, I think like never get rid of it. Because then it's going to be like one of those things where as an adult you might wish that you still had that thing that brought you like childhood nostalgia. And so like Pokemon for me. I don't know if Mom's still here. She probably is. Do I still have the giant Pikachu? Or did I like mess up and take that with me at some point? I probably took it with me at some point and then it was one of the things that got lost in like the many moves. I used to have this giant chubby Pikachu plushie. It's in my closet. Oh, yes. That's amazing. Yeah, giant Pikachu plushie. At some point, Mom, we need to get you into the Discord server. I know you have a Discord. I don't know if you use it anymore. Or if you still have access to it. But we need to get you into the Discord server. But yeah, I remember being a kid and we went to Atlantic City, I think. And the Atlantic City Boardwalk had an arcade. And I was playing... It should have been like on your phone or something. Like for us to do video calls and stuff like that. So you have it, you've used it. I just don't know if you remember what it is or not. Because I think we ended up making you a second account as well. I might have to find, it's on your phone, okay. But we went to Atlantic City and they had an arcade and they had a claw machine. And I was so good at the claw machines. I came back with like 8 different Pokemon plushies. And they were all like the starters. I wonder if they're still in my closet too. Or if... But I had so many of them. I just kept winning the Pokemon plushies. I was so good at the claw machine. If I remember correctly, I did that by myself as well. Like, I don't think it was like, hey, go to the arcade, and I like ended up going to the arcade by myself or something as a kid. But it was also like, I remember it not being busy. Like it was like hyper dead, I think. But yeah. I was obsessed with Pokemon as a kid. Had all the trading cards as well. And then I went from Pokemon to Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. Wait. Did I miss that? No. Interesting. I guess my chat's just being weird. But yeah. I can't remember which one came first. Whether it was I think it was Pokemon that came first, and then it was Yu-Gi-Oh. Unless it was it Yu-Gi-Oh or was it Pokemon? I don't remember anymore. I remember collecting both. I had all of my Pokemon cards in one of those like shoot, what is it called? The fundraiser pizza boxes. Like I had all of my Pokemon cards in one of those. So like even if I still had the cards today, they would definitely be like not mint condition in any means. I think I also had a binder. I remember having the original Charizard. My uncle used to run a card shop and he managed to get me one at one point, and it was like the last thing I needed for my collection. So I had the original Charizard at one point. And then I got rid of all of it to go into Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. Or it was Magic the Gathering. It was one of the two. And then I traded all of my like Pokemon, I think, into Yu-Gi-Oh, and then Yu-Gi-Oh into Magic the Gathering. And like I should have just kept all of those cards. I should have just like I should have like waited until I had money to like get into the next thing instead of like trading up. But I guess that would be the same thing I'd be doing now, is like looking at like all of the bulk cards and all the cards we have for Magic and be like, hey, can I trade these in for Pokemon? So it like goes full circle. Man, that'd be hilarious. Everything just goes full circle. Man. Okay. And then let's just put you to follow, and then this is back here. But yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. What is another one of my like favorite Pokemon? I'm trying to think what I'm using right now. I'm like not a huge fan of the newest generations of Pokemon stuff, to be honest. I got Hero Quest when I was 7. That was my childhood. Oh. Hero Quest. I haven't heard about Hero Quest in forever. Also, at some point in my life, I don't know how. And this was like a Game Boy game. But it was, I think it was Gex or Gax the Gecko. It was like a Game Boy game that I was obsessed with. I played it all the frickin' time. And somehow, some way, that game disappeared. And it was like, it had to have been in like a box or something, or somewhere like in like my bedroom that I just never saw it. I never saw it again. And it was just gone. I didn't like have it anywhere else except for like specifically like something I played. Like it's not that I lost it in the car. It's not like I lost it somewhere else. Like I just remember at one point I used to fall asleep with my Game Boy in my hand. And so we were moving, or not even moving. We were just, I think we were upgrading the trailer, I think, or was it fully moving? I don't remember which one it was. But either which way, I was packing and we never found it. Never found the game. Unless, of course, mom's like, hey, it was secretly broken and I just told you that it was gone forever. The secret of, like, the parents, like, later in life being like, well, actually, you remember how your goldfish... yeah, that's actually, like, the 5th goldfish you had. Mom just says up. What is up? I imagine you said it. Are you saying yup? Mm-hmm. Upgraded trailer. Gotcha. Yeah. But I just, it was gone. It was just freaking gone. It, like, magically disappeared somehow. It was so bizarre. I was obsessed with that game. I played it. I played Pokemon. We had to... So for people that know my father in chat, so grew up divorced parents pretty much my entire life. So I would have something like, it was the typical like, make sure you come home in the same things that you wore type thing, and it wasn't like, I think I wasn't necessarily like jaded as a kid, but there were certain things where I just didn't care, and then there were other things like having my Game Boy that was a problem because I wasn't allowed to take it to Dad's house, and then like I had a Game Boy at Dad's house and I wasn't allowed to take it to Mom's house, and so like I had to have 2 of something, and instead of it like cross going, and so if I wasn't at my dad's place, he was playing my Game Boy and he was playing my games. And so it was the same thing with like the PlayStation 2. Dad bought me a PlayStation 2 for birthday, I think. Birthday or Christmas. And of course I could only have the PlayStation over at Dad's house. And Soul Calibur, I remember, as being like one of the big games that I had at the time. And so Dad would play it while I wasn't there. And so that's why you had to, yeah. And so I remember at one point, one of my Pokemon games, I had to ask Mom, I think it was Pokemon Yellow, I had to beg and beg to be able to take my Pokemon Yellow cartridge over to my dad's house because he deleted my save file so that he could play the game. And so I had to beg and beg and beg and beg, and finally like Mom gave in because Mom's amazing, and I'm also a brat and wouldn't give up and would just wear people down. And so I begged and I begged and begged, and eventually it was like, hey, yeah, like fine, you can take the cartridge. And so I took the cartridge. That way I had my game file, because he ended up erasing over it. Erasing over my game file so that he could play. Yes, I agree. You agree with what? That entire statement? I used to do that to Nanny all the frickin' time as a kid. I was a heathen. I was absolute frickin' heathen. I was too smart for my own good. I knew if I asked long enough, I could just wear them down and I'd get what I wanted in the end. Yeah. Terrible. Terrible. But yeah. See? See? Yep. I was too smart for my own good as a kid. Also, I had a huge problem with lying as a kid. I don't know even where I got it from, really. A brat? No, say it ain't so. Welcome back, Pat. How's the drive home? Are you still dealing with snow? That's so funny. Cactus just sent me chilling with bro on your server, and it's a drowned with a fishing rod. That's so great. If so, how much snow? Well, then we got the Canadian. And I don't know if they have snow or not. But yeah, no, it was just really funny that, like, I don't even know where I got it from. Like, even just as a kid. And, like, the worst part was, I think, like, I knew that I was doing something bad, and I just didn't care. Like, my moral compass was just not there. Like, I even, like, I stole money from my mom. It wasn't, like, super thieving. It was, like, coins that were on the bathroom counter. But, like, I just kept them. The funny part was, I kept them in my shoe. I had a shoe under the bed, and I would just hoard the coins in the shoe. Like, I was like a dragon or something with my hoard of coins. Oh. It was a slip and slide on the roads, and I had to shovel when I got home. Oh, no. Terrible. ADHD and its lack of impulse control. Woo! Exactly. I was like a magpie. Ooh, shiny. I had no freaking impulse control as a kid. Like, none. Absolutely none. As an adult, I still don't. I do and I don't at the same time. Like, I think there's certain things that I've trained myself to be better at. But it's taken, like, years and years and years and years to, like, deal with that impulse control. For example, like, buying collectibles and stuff like that. I used to just willy-nilly be like, I'm gonna buy everything that's, like, a collectible, or I'm gonna, like, buy books, I'm gonna buy figures, I'm gonna buy whatever. And then as I got older, it was like, where am I gonna put that? And so, like, those type of, like, the impulse buying, I don't, like, do anymore. It's okay, is this a necessity? Is this something that we need? Is this something that I want and is actually, like, something I want for a while? Books I impulse buy. Like, there's a couple books that I'm never gonna, like, read again. And I bought them, like, on a whim, being like, oh, I think this sounds good, but it's like, doesn't actually sound like, it's not a good book after a while. Games I've not really done too much with, because, like, I stick with the same, like, 2 or 3 games and that's it. Bounced a lot of those impulse controls. Yeah, for, like, I know like I still have like, I don't know moderation. That's one of those impulse controls. Like I just can't. For me, it's moderation. And so like having someone step in and be like, hey, maybe you shouldn't. And then I get angry and get pissed. And then I'm like, this is the worst possible thing in the universe. But then I like realize like later on down the road, I'm like, oh no, you were right. Sorry. I think the other thing for me is like, I'm, what's the word? I'm like generous? Generous? Yeah. I'm very generous with my impulses as well. Hello, it's a cow. I felt like I sat down and I was like, there's a bunch of stuff that I feel like is not correct. Like I felt like I was missing stuff. Is the house like done? Okay. Ish. I sat down and I'm like, I know there's something I'm missing. That.
Never.
Yeah.
It's like when you leave on a trip, you always forget something.
It's true. Oh no. My father tried to beat the ADHD out of me. These days I internalize everything. I'm so sorry that that's the case for you. I'm so sorry. I definitely internalized a lot of stuff, but not knowing... Like, I knew a lot of times it was different. Like, socially, I was not the same as other kids. And that played a huge role in, like, me internalizing stuff. Because I'd be like, well, that's just stupid. Like, they're just dumb. And I wouldn't socialize the same way as, like, some of the kids. And I had a very, 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 like, wild imagination versus some kids were like, you like that? And I'd be like, yeah, I like that. Like, Star Wars as a kid. Obsessed with Star Wars as a kid. And, like, I'd go into the backyard with my flashlight and parchment paper and pretend that I was Luke Skywalker. Like, and people were like, what? And, like, I, like, realizing, like, now, looking back, I'm like, yeah, there was something off there. But, yeah. It's fine. I grew up to be okay, right? Right? Right?
Don't know how to tell. So I won't.
Oh, yeah. I just eventually believed the bullies and accepted I was a loser and it stuck. You are not a loser. Nope. I know that's like, that is really hard, especially if it like bullied a lot. I don't remember getting bullied so much as I tried to fit in and I was being ostracized and not realizing. And so like I ended up being like the butt of a joke unrealizing. And then like, yes, in a way that was bullying, but like it was very like clique-ish. There was a group of girls that I knew separately throughout my entire life. And because like small town, you go from like elementary school to high school with the exact same people your entire life. And so it was a group of girls that I like was friends with as a whole, like each one I was friends with and was like super close friends with. It wasn't just like, oh yeah, acquaintance. Like we had sleepovers, we like talked all the time. Like it was each person like I had a connection with. But then they kind of like all kind of became part of the same group. And their group was like, their group name was Lear. It was like LLEER. And each one was like their own like name, their fantasy name. And I was like, oh, well, I've been friends with these people like, again, my entire life. And so I was like, oh, I can be part of your group. And like all through like end of middle school to high school. And it was like, I ended up moving the second half of my freshman year. So like in the middle of the year for freshmen. And so like the first half of the year, I was obsessed with trying to like become part of this friend group. And I was like, hey, yeah, like I'd like to be like part of this group. Like I can come up with an R name. That way it'd be LLEERR and it's still the same. They're like, oh no, that doesn't work. And so they were also part of the gifted program. And I think that's what ended up like making them a clique. And so like my entire life I was like, but I know your secrets. I know your secrets. Like I was friends with you and I was like friends with you. And so it just like, after dealing with that and having like my own Mean Girls situation happen in life, when I moved, I was like, F all y'all. Like, I don't care anymore. I'm gonna be the outcast, and if people have a problem with me being the outcast, like, they can suck it. And so I became very like rebellious as like what I became the Matrix kid, essentially. I had like my leather trench coat in Florida. I'm surprised I didn't like die of a heat stroke. Had like leather coat, sunglasses, slicked back hair, like I like literally just became like the weird kid. And so I just stopped caring what people thought. Like at that point, you couldn't embarrass me. You couldn't like bring me down. Like I just like, no, you don't matter, because what mattered to me like got ruined. And so even to this day, like I was like, man. And then it was funny because I found out like I had friends who wanted to be friends with me, but I was so obsessed with being part of this group of people that I like missed out on actually having good friends. Like it was just so funny. Like I find close people at this point being like most of my internet friends, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't like so I found Final Fantasy 11 and that became my life. And yeah, small town problems here too. Yeah, I envy people who grew up in bigger areas where there were actually things that catered to nerds, because I just internalized that all my hobbies and things I liked were weird and unaccepted. And to this day, I don't have like any anime figures or posters or collectibles aside from the Pokemon cards I had as a kid. Yeah, that is pretty much, it was like the same way except for after moving, when I was just like, you can't hurt me worse than these people already have. Okay, so I need to find tier 3 clay. No. I did this wrong. I just realized. I was not paying attention and I did completely wrong. Because I was going after tier 4. And then I ended up getting tier 3. So I actually need tier 4. That's fine. At least I have it. I don't know. I was always like proud to be weird after that. Even to this day, like I'm the type of person who like I could walk outside and cosplay and not care. Like I have no shame. But it makes for like really awkward situations sometimes where for me something is not awkward, but socially it's awkward for everyone else around me type situations. So stuff like that happens sometimes. So we're actually looking for tier 4 clay. So this is all stone gardens. Okay. And then it was, oh, we need tier 4 stone. So was there anything in here? No, there wasn't anything here. Collectible. I grew up in a small town and I was at the end of the world. I was one of the 2 kids that was interested in anything fantasy in our town. It was that way into my early 20s. Yeah, I think I would have had a really, really, really difficult time if I actually like grew up in my teenage years or like young adult years, like in Pennsylvania. But moving to Florida had a lot more like-minded people. Plus I went to a liberal arts school. And so it was kind of like more of like a grab bag of people being weird. And so like, I think if I would have stayed in like the small town type thing, I would have been absolutely miserable. But I still like, I had anime friends. I had people, like I ran an anime club. I had like really close friends that were obsessed with anime. And so like, I still had like a clique of people, but I don't think it would have been enough. Like we had to drive like pretty far to go to an anime convention, and then of course like we find out that there's one in Pittsburgh. But I went to like one of the very first anime conventions like on the East Coast. It was I forget what it was called, but it was in like Virginia, West Virginia, one of the two. I can't remember, but mom took me. And so yeah, it's really hard to find stuff like that back then. And so I definitely think it was West Virginia. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think it would have been really hard for me to grow up in that area. And then I moved back and I had people like I played D&D with. I put flyers up in coffee shops, and they had like bulletin boards that you could like put flyers and stuff. And so I put up a flyer that was like, hey, are you interested in Dungeons and Dragons? Like, message this number. Can a child me borrow your mom for a weekend? Of course. Of course. I think what do I guess I'll wait. I'll wait until I have the cart full. Because I was so desperate to not be single that I didn't want to have anything to do that would make me less appealing. It was not worth yeah. That's difficult. That is definitely difficult. Rybo, hi, how are you? This is the path I made. So I'm looking for tier 4 clay and stone. Where am I heading? Okay. Tier 4 clay and stone. I know. And I was an ungrateful little brat for most of my teenage years. Yeah. Your position is out of sync. No. You may be disconnected. It's been a year. Yeah. It's true. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna have to Alt F4. Yep. Alright. But yes, indeed. It has been a year. No, I haven't streamed for according to my thingy, 18 days. So it was a while. It had been a while. Meh. Enjoy your 6 hours. There we go. What the heck? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. You can't build there. Computer attention very much looked out. Oh no. Yeah. That's not, no. Alright, so that's fine. Well, will you look at that? Okay, is there any... Hi, drone. I need to add more lamps. I don't have nearly enough lamps on this route. Yes. Oh, it's by the sketch though. Welp. Let's see if I can still... Hello. Are you setting up your command center? Huh.
Today is National Bird Day.
National Bird Day? Oh, just birds in general or specific bird? Bird. Bird is the word. I need to clean my microphone. My microphone's all gross. It's because of, I like holding the bottom of my microphone, but I have like very sweaty hands sometimes. One does not simply, ooh, before oohing. Respectfully, of course. With the utmost respect. With the absolute utmost respect. How are you doing, Jazz? Oh, how was your holidays? I keep playing with my good hairbands. So I have two that aren't all like weirdly stretched out. I need to not, because I'll like ruin them. I will ruin them. Wait, what? So you don't have holidays? How do you erase a day on a calendar? In other words, you didn't do anything for the holidays. I'm sorry. I had a very quiet holiday. Mine was very quiet, but it was good. Made food and baked. See, that's amazing. His whole life is a holiday, yeah. Pretty much. What did you make? Only specifically until you why 70 scholar? Why specifically 70 scholar? What is my scholar at? 67. Sounds amazing. Made a roast with potatoes and carrots. Oh, so delicious. Sounds amazing. Oh, hey. We just got a note from Tony that says, by the way, I'm a soldier reporting for duty. If there's anything crafting or farming Alcatraz needs help with, let me know. And if we're having fun playing politics too, that goes for anything the Hearth needs from Starborn. I don't think we necessarily need anything right now. Unless, Hrothgar, you can think of something that... Tony's busy though. He should be working on his own projects. Gingerbread house, but my construction level IRL is very low even. Don't even have a wagon, so I ran into structural integrity issues from a mild earthquake caused by the cat sniffing the box it was in. Oh my gosh. So we recycled it by crushing it down and using it part of the cheesecake base. Well done. That's the way that you crafted that paragraph was so good, by the way. So good. Modern problems require modern solutions. And cheesecake, apparently. And cheesecake. I'm in leather. No, I'm in cloth. Shoot. I actually, so I don't like doing this, but I started using the vault method for carrying stuff because I was hiccuping apparently. Traveling back and forth. What? Oh. Because I was traveling back and forth a lot between region 3. I guess I have to close my wagon to no, jeez, stop. Thank you. So I started doing the vault thing. Cause yeah. I need 70 scholar for tier 7 codexes. People want to help with it, but I feel like I'd be kind of bad considering we don't have a dedicated scholar and I run the place. So I think it's very interesting that scholar has just become the, oh, you run a settlement, you have to have scholar. Yeah, it's very, very interesting that that's what that profession became. If you're in charge of coordinating the resources needed for, yeah. Yep. I mean, you can get someone to just make you the codexes. But then you'd have to find someone who's a dedicated scholar, and it's just usually easier for the person who's manning the settlement to just be the scholar so that you know where all the resources are. But you're into political issues, yeah. What region are you? I keep forgetting where people are at this point. You're region 4. Oh, right. Right. I was gonna say, because, oh, I haven't seen her in a while, though. Was it Lily who was region 4? Because Jez is region 1. Yeah, I think Sugar Lily was region 4. But I haven't seen her play BitCraft in like forever. There's like so many people that I'm like, oh, they used to play BitCraft. Like, not anymore. Oh, seeing that Pat was home now. I meant the question that you said ask when you were home. I was gonna ask if you were playing, if it was you who told me that you were playing or obsessed with EverQuest at one point, or whether it might have been, was it Final Fantasy 11 or was it EverQuest? Because there was like a couple months ago or something like that, you were obsessed with playing an older game, and I don't remember which one it was. Unfortunately, the game doesn't have a good way for people to take breaks. And if you take a break and come back, everything's gone, and most people don't want to start over. Yeah. I agree. I absolutely agree. It's not most people like games that they can take a break and come back. Look at like Minecraft. Minecraft does extremely well. Can I join real quick? Yeah. I think I can at least. Shoot. It might be a little bit longer than... $21.10. No, why? Why is it not? There we go. Respectfully first. Hi, Shock. How are you? I'm trying to log into Minecraft really quick. The game hasn't gotten dailies, but the game has more FOMO than dailies because of how the supply system works. And the sunk cost factor is the dailies of the game. Yeah. You have 1 foot in and want to do something else. I'm feeling better. I'm tired today because I was up super early. I woke up at like 11. I read in bed for a little bit. I slept for like another couple hours, and then I woke up at 3 a.m. So, yeah. I've technically been up for a while. Would you like to update them? No. Okay. I have joined the server. It is just me, though. Yeah, it is just me online. Oh, there we go. Oh. Ow. Cracking my back. Okay. But yeah, no, I started feeling better. I'm still like out of it. Like I'm not fully recovered, but I figured I'd been away for far too long, and I was well enough to stream today, so I kind of forced myself to do it. But it's been fine. It has been fine. Respectfully. I would have played EverQuest, but I had to wait until I was an adult to be able to afford my first PC, and the thought of paying for a monthly online subscription to play a video game was absolutely absurd to me in '99. I think that was absurd for a lot of people, and then, like, because back then games weren't as, like, cranked out as they are nowadays. And so I think with that, like, spending the $15 a month, people are like, oh, what? But also, like, streaming services weren't a thing. Like, there weren't a lot of things that you pay monthly for back then. And, like, video games were, like, you would buy it and play it for the next, like, months. Like, so it's kind of interesting to think about it like that. And nowadays, people are like, I would rather play an MMO and pay the $15 a month compared to paying $60 a month for, like, a game. Can I teleport? Yes. I think so. I need to go creative or spectator. How do I do that? Game mode. I'll just go creative. Creative mode. Okay. Okay. I have teleported. I am here. I am helping with something really quick, I guess. People don't realize just how bad pay to win has ruined gaming. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of games dev don't know how to manage economies properly without pay to win. I was gonna say, Guild Wars 2 is a good example of monetization done well. I think having a barrier of entry in anything is good. Because most of the time, free-to-play games are usually, like, some of the worst cultures. Because, like, there's nothing stopping people from being toxic. They didn't invest anything into it. And so, especially with pay to win, like, I think it's a bell curve. You have free-to-play, which is like hyper toxic, and then you have like barrier of entries, which is fine, subscriptions, which is fine. It peaks where you have like Final Fantasy 14, and then you get like FOMO premium stuff. You have then what's the word I'm looking for? I guess like the pay to win, and then it like tanks back down to being toxic. So like you have this like sweet spot where you have to like not make it pay to win, but also make money as a company. And like cosmetics, it's always the best way to do that. But it's not an easy cash grab versus some of the things like, oh, well, we'll just make the item break and we'll force people to pay more money. Like, it's not like a thing that like, it used to not be a thing. And more, I guess it was more of a Korean, it came from Korean gaming. A lot of Korean games are like gacha games, or not gacha, but RNG based. So like they're used to pay to win. They're used to things breaking. They're used to paying money and stuff like that. I think it has a lot to do with people playing the games too. Back in the day, people still knew what it felt like to get punched in the mouth for being a douche. Yes, I agree. It dictates the directive of the player. Back in the golden era, they cared about making good games and good content. Oh yeah. No, I completely agree. So, I don't know. Okay. It doesn't seem like there's a major problem with the Minecraft server, so I'm gonna head back to BitCraft. If there is something else that happens, or if like there's a problem with the server, let me know. I thought there might have been. But yeah, I'm going to head back to BitCraft now. I was in creative mode, so I have to remember to get out of creative mode when I go back into the game. They have to balance working time, so that's why pay to win is so prevalent. Pay to win is a solution to IRL problems, not in-game problems, and then the Western culture took it into overdrive by weaponizing in-game problems as cash shop. Yeah. Well, that is, yeah, no, that is 100% true. A lot of times people don't realize pay to win is not pay to win, but pay for convenience. And companies just see like pay to win being like, oh, I'm just going to make, it's going to be cash. It's going to be a cash grab. Where a lot of times it's pay for convenience for a lot of people, where it's like, oh, there's someone who can game for 500 hours, or I have a life and I have a job and I can't game for 500 hours. So I have to find a way to be on equal footing with this person. Oh, I can throw money at it. So in Korea, it's normalized because the player base holds the companies accountable because the social, yeah, that is true too. But also if someone messes up, the companies can ban that person because everything's tied to the ID. I would love the fact that if you had to have your ID to play games or social media, like Western gamers are way more entitled. I watch a lot of, like, I used to watch a lot of competitive, like, gaming, just in general. And you would see a lot of the Asian players being the best players. And they're some of the most humble people. Being like, oh, yeah, no, I didn't realize I was really that good. Like, I think the person that probably embodies that the best is Faker from League of Legends. Like, he's one of the absolute best League of Legends players, and he doesn't have that, like, snooty ego that like a lot of like other gamers would have. And so he's just kind of like, yeah, no, like, thanks. And like, he'll joke around and he'll like, he knows that he's good. But he's not like flaunting it, which unlike a lot of other people in the industry do. Bro moves ruining it for everyone. I hadn't heard of bro moves until recently, actually. I knew about green pill, but no, I think as a whole, rather, BitCraft has a very underlying toxic pay to win problem. 1000%. And it's because it's making the company money, I don't think it's ever going to be dealt with. But I think there's also I think personally, this is my assumption, I think there's internal conflict with it. I think there are people who understand and agree that is a toxic situation. And then there's people that also are like, but it's money. So until it stops making money, yeah, I mean, war is always profitable, but never for the right people. So free to play will solve the toxicity, said no one ever. I know. It sucks because like I was looking at things and I was a little afraid, especially with moving to Region 9 and seeing that like for like the past few weeks, I want to say, had this like I'm the only one playing BitCraft anymore kind of feeling. And so it was like kind of hard to like look at it and be like, should I plan my exit strategy? Like, should I be playing this? Like, should I be putting my effort into something else? But like, even when I wasn't feeling well, I was still like spending most of my time like playing BitCraft. And I'm like, I don't know if it's sunk cost fallacy at this point, or if it's the gameplay just kind of like still is fun to me, because like I do feel like the game is fun. I can't do anything else but like I hard commit, like I get obsessed with stuff and like I hyper focus on that thing, and then it's very hard for me to like deter from stuff. But when from what I gathered from the post with the damn cat pet, it is working exactly as they intended it to. From what I gathered from the post with the damned cat pet, it is working exactly as they intended it to, as in being like something that's a hex coin transfer trade, or like cause controversial callouts. What is the intended to part of that? As in it's predatory as they mean it for, yeah. Okay, no, I understand that. Oh, I called that out like crazy. I don't want to fall into the trap of WoW creators. I'd probably hard commit to a genre more than a specific game. Yeah, I could see that. For me personally, I've usually stuck to a genre, or like stuck to a game. And then I will like sprinkle in something else. But for the most part, it's very hard for me to split focus on something. Like when Hytale comes out, I'll probably focus on Hytale for like a good while. And then it might be like, oh, I might play BitCraft like once a week. And because of that, I'm like, oh, I'm starting these new projects and I'm like committing to doing more things in BitCraft, and like I'm internally excited for it, but at the same time I'm like, how much can I even like keep up with this? And like as a BitCraft partner, that's like I have my obligations to make content, and I am enjoying playing it as a content type game, but like it's, I don't know, it's really hard at this point to like I'm starting to ask myself what's the point, and that's like the worst thing you can do as a gamer is ask yourself for anything that you're playing, what's the point? And I might just play something else for a while, like Shocktor is saying, split up your week with another game. Playing, it seems like you're really enjoying playing Guild Wars 2, and so I think what will probably end up happening is Hytale will probably take that spot. Yeah, I think Hytale will probably take that spot. Was the dev and player working together make something awesome? Now there's just so much red tape. I mean, that's just red tape for everything. I find it interesting reading the cleanup posts. I know, the cleanup posts were pretty... I liked the fact that they did that, to be honest. Streaming it isn't really content, especially later on in endgame. Yeah. Oh no. Sorry, one sec. I have like a water bump. It's not like a pimple or anything. It's more like it literally is just like a water pocket. And I had it on my like my wrist right here, or on my forearm, and it's from rubbing into my like the arm of my chair and like the edge of my desk. And so I was like dealing with it really quick because I could feel it like rubbing. But yeah, no, Jazz, we were talking about that probably just before you stopped in, actually, where I was saying like I'd love to make shorts and make videos for YouTube specifically based on BitCraft, but you have to curate it. Like, you're not getting like a super funny moment unless it's like something that goes wrong. And so it's hard to make content for it that isn't like pre-generated. Hytale does look interesting. I'll probably need to cook longer. Oh, they're very, very, very straightforward in saying like, hey, this is going to be highly early access for Hytale. So that is something to also keep in mind. But they also wanted to say like, hey, like we're doing this for the community, getting it out there, like let us know, let's actually make a game together. And that Hytale I think is actually going to be in really good hands, to be honest, because games that were originally by someone and then taken over by someone else and then given back, they tend to be the people that have like a passion for said thing, and don't want to see it just like go to waste. So I mean, we'll see. It has the potential to be like, you know, like Minecraft at that point. In my opinion, BitCraft is just not a good streaming game. It's sad having so many streamers that don't understand that. It depends on what you want out of streaming, because to be honest, as a streamer of like over a decade, BitCraft is like one of the best streamer games if you talk to chat and that's like your focus, because it becomes just chatting. And for me personally, it works with my style of streaming. I don't rely on the game to heavily carry my streams, because like I'm the person who carries my streams, so I could be playing any game out there and that's what I would be like, oh hey, yeah, no, that's my stream. But I know it's not for everyone because you can't really interact with too much of the gameplay. Like you can only hype up so many dick rocks. Like so yeah, like there are games out there that are meant for like just chatting type stuff. Yeah, we were just saying. A lot of BitCrafts are just AFK crafts for long periods of time. I did that while driving a truck at top speed on the shoulder in American Truck Sim. I still chatted and crashed a lot. Yeah. It's fine if you can chat with people. I'm just saying it. Yeah, no, it depends on, I hear what you're saying. I really do. It depends on what type of streamer you are. If you are the type of person who 100% is like just chatting, works great. If you're the type of person who content has to drive your stream, it's not gonna work. And that was something I noticed with like a bunch of like streamers out there that do BitCraft stuff. Like, one, they don't tend to like be on camera. Two, like it's mostly like background music and they're just sitting there crafting. It's mostly like not entertaining stream. It's just like, here's background. So back on the grind, streams really grind my gears. That's funny. Yeah, there is no hype moments in BitCraft really at all. Unless you're doing like Gamba stuff. If you're rolling gear, okay. That's a hype moment. Everything else, no. I'd keep my hot take on this to myself, I think. Why? No. Bring out your hot takes. I mean, to be honest, there are like, I like picking flowers. I like doing the menial and like horrible things that a lot of people. Are they here? No. Okay. But like there are things that like you can hype up and like it's like being a car salesman. And like if you can make anything seem hype, like it doesn't really matter. And like there's times where I'm like, oh man, I just got like 10 fish oil. Actually watching, it's funny because talking about it earlier, watching Point Crow and doing the Nuzlocke, he makes every single thing seem so entertaining. And that's because he like hypes everything up. Akami, hello, how are you? I feel like you would also like eco servers. I've heard that I would like eco a lot of times. I think far too many streamers in general. I think there are far too many streamers in general. I'll leave it at that. I'm curious. I want to hear more. Streamers or people saying they're streamers. That's also true. Too many do not understand you must entertain to be entertaining. Isn't car salesman mode? 9 million go live every month. It's true. Because it really bothers me when people call me a streamer. That's interesting. I would see you more as like a YouTuber. Making more actual like content stuff. Respectfully, you are a streamer. I mean, technically. content creator or YouTuber is fine. Yeah. You're someone who streams. You're not, your main focus isn't streaming. Your main focus is the content and creating content. I would say I'm probably first and foremost a streamer, and then the content tends to be second. But I always wanted to like flop that. And I might have to like later on in life. Just because I can kick follows doesn't mean I'm a bubble. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly it. I know plenty of people who are like, I do a thing, but that doesn't make me my thing. But yeah, it's very interesting. I see a lot of people who idolize or fantasize about being a content creator in general, not realizing like they probably aren't actually fit to do it. I'm missing respectfully. Getting capsules to invade really quick. Give me a minute, respectfully. I'll help, Jess. I already have capsules. But yeah, like I have not seen like Stealthy at all, and like maybe it's just like time difference. Actually, let me go see. What is it? Twitch stats. Last time they streamed was November 24th. Yeah. They streamed only for November at this point. Yep. They streamed a lot in November. But so this is the thing that like I don't think people realize is it's content creation is not an on-off switch. It's not something that suddenly you just make a crap ton of money overnight. You have to work way harder than most other people that have a day job. Like you're gonna, if you're in content creation for the money, like you need to be doing something else. Because you can have a day job like and make more money, like flipping burgers. But yeah. Put everything in one chest for Ember to sort out. Yeah, no. Consistency, schedule, and love of game. Yeah. You're a great emperor who's a you are a great emperor who is also a footballer and a streamer. That's so cool. Akami, streaming and creation is a fickle crowd. It's true. I mean, it can go away and it can come. It has its ebbs and flows like crazy. For example, when the Twitch drops happen for BitCraft, you're like looking at hundreds of people watching streams, but on average, no Twitch drops. It's maybe what, 30 if you're lucky. So yeah, it's very interesting to see like trends, especially like I've been in the industry for over a decade. You know, when there's times where it's going to be lower and then higher, like you have on seasons, off seasons. Summertime's great. winter's not as good. Like, it's like people are like, oh man, like suddenly my numbers dropped. Well, come spring, those numbers are going to be like back to being higher, or actually more come summer, those numbers are going to be higher. Like, it's usually like summer, I guess spring and summer tend to be like the bigger times for like streaming. And so the back to school things, like kids being busy, holiday season, like stuff like that, like people aren't just kind of binge watching stream stuff. So I could put everything into one chest for you and then just leave it. Let me try that later. I mean, if Kat was still around playing BitCraft, he'd have a hissy fit by like putting everything in one chest, be like, why is this here? I love the fact he organized everything though. That was amazing. But things have places. I started trying to actually like do that with the Fisher's Delight, is actually try and set up like in my head like where chests can go for each item. Varies from 10 to 30 without drops. Yep. Tis true. And it also depends, like if you're consistent, if you have a consistent schedule and people know that you're going to be there consistently, you're going to get more viewers, you're going to get more people. If you're erratic like me, like I'm not gonna, like, I'm surprised that I have you guys right now. Like I'm expecting like, oh yeah, people don't know that I'm even alive anymore, like people don't care. And so the attention span of most people nowadays, you have to constantly be in their face. And that's why streamers who like are online 12 hours a day pretty much, Ember, surprised to be here, died out friends. Goodbye. But like streamers who are 12 hours a day and stuff like that tend to have more numbers, because they're like constantly reminding people, hey, I'm here. And so it's hard to compete with that a lot of times too, unless you have like a dedicated group of people. So like I would say Shock does a very good job of this. Like you, no matter what game you play, you tend to have the same core amount of people, and like that's what you're looking for as like a being a content creator. But you're also like very like structured, and so like you enable that to be the case by having people being like, oh yeah, I know that he's gonna be live at this time, like doing this thing. I'm gonna die. Yeah, because I'm in leather and combat doesn't work very well. Oh, I guess not. Wow. Did I crit or something? I guess I crit. Okay. We're gonna go back for now. I don't want to have to deal with more mobs. Also another underrated, oh wait, what is this? I'm far too erratic to turn up at the same time every day unless I'm playing games. And yeah, no, that's true. I'm not saying true for you, but like that's true in general of most people though. What? That was awkward. I was trying to get in my wagon, but it was like taking me to the mop. Shock says, thank you. I think it was from years of Minecraft and random games. Yeah. And that's usually like variety is one of the hardest things to do as a streamer, because you're not going to get like a following of people. You're not going to get like your core group very well. But if you play one game and people get to know you for that one game and then you kind of start branching, you can kind of like Katamari Damacy it, where you have like people that kind of stick with you over time, and they like are kind of there through like other games as well, or if you play the same genres and stuff like that. And so variety is the absolute hardest thing to do and succeed as a streamer. Also, another underrated thing that people don't realize early on, having people in voice chat with you kills growth early, more often than that. And a lot of people starting out often aren't comfortable with just talking to the chat in themselves. I definitely fell in that category a lot when I first started. But when I very first started streaming, I was used to doing vlogs for YouTube. And so I'm used to just sitting here talking to a camera and pretending that I'm talking to an audience. And so it was very easy for me to sit and just talk to no one. And it's a learned skill. Like, some people are very uncomfortable with it. And some people are like, oh my god, I only have like one viewer and they're not talking and they're sitting there, and like, you still have to act like there's 50,000. You still have to act like there's people watching you. Because at any moment someone can walk in the door and suddenly you don't have a boat. Where's my boat? Oh my god. I left my boat. And so like being able to just like talk to yourself is a big thing. I've always started at the exact same time every time for 4 years. Yeah, and that's huge. That is huge. People are reliant on that. Variety is the best for longevity if you can get it down, though. Yeah. I'm here for the streamer, not for the game. Thanks. Overall, because it creates a haves and a haves not for attention. It, in general, what it does is it distracts. This isn't my boat. I got in there and I was like, why can't I steer this? And then I realized that isn't my boat. It distracts from actually talking to people in the chat too. Or people feel left out. And it's one of those things where it's really hard to mend that later on, because if you're just talking to the same people over and over again, like, people coming in who would potentially like to talk to you are going to be like, oh, they're busy, I can't talk to them, they're busy. So it's really hard. I'm just here to annoy everyone with my boomer takes. At this point, I'm a freaking boomer, I swear. It feels like you're on. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, and I just read that actually. Which is not a majority of viewers. There's also the fact that while some people may like the stream, or they may not necessarily like their voice friends, that's the case. Yeah, no, that is the case for a lot of people as well. Unless it's like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, kind of a, like a known thing. So like cow talking, or if you have like a streamer, like a couple streamer, or like friends that are streaming all the time together, like it's part of the program at that point. But if it's just like a one-off thing, then it's like, or if people are using it literally as a crutch to be like, well, I don't really want to talk to myself. People come in to send a message and be noticed for the most part. Unless you're a lurker, and like sometimes at that point it might just be you like the content. But yeah, for the most part, streaming is about the connection, because if someone's... That's the difference between watching a video on YouTube versus watching a stream. You watch the stream, you can connect with the person, versus watching a YouTube video where you're not really connecting with the person. Watching someone 80% of the voices you're hearing is whoever they're on voice with. Yeah. I've definitely been there, done that. For the streamer who's supposedly the primary entertainer. Fuck around and practice peopling with training wheels. Yay! Streaming is a good kind of social training ground for the most part. Because you'll know if you're liked or not pretty quickly. The internet doesn't hold punches, or pull punches rather. And so you'll either be like, I have no one, or you'll be like, oh, I have people that are hanging out and talking, or you'll have someone be like, what's with the dumb whatever, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Okie dokie. I think it's like way later than it is. And it's only because I woke up so late. Or so early, rather. Oh, shit. I forgot. I need food. And I don't want to have to go all the way back to the other side of the world for food. Bob rolls for 5. Is that what I'm looking for? I think that is. So yeah, that's gonna be the closest one, which is... And I don't have it unlocked. Gosh darn it. Okay. Oh, that's all the way over there. Jeez, how's that? That's tier 3. I don't have Catan. Don't have Driftwood. What the heck? Okay, well, I guess I'm going to be using this for now as just like backup food, and then I need to start harvesting food. Shoot. Okay. But first I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Wait, I just read that. I don't need a streamer to answer that question for me. Quit being so self-disparaging, Pat. Quit it. You are loved. And you're awesome. And now I'll be back. Hello, I'm back. Wait, respectfully. Don't make me try and change for you. You will do what I say, and you will like it. I didn't realize how contradictory that statement is. Oh! Speaking of. So. Oh. Chuck said he'd be right back. I was gonna say, Pat's birthday is this week. I have to figure out if it's the 14th or the 15th because my phone messed up. And it has it for both days, but then when I went back to January last year, it said the 14th. And I'm like, what? So I'll have to figure that out. No, yours is Friday. Yes. Yeah, I knew that one. I'm talking about someone else who also has a birthday this month. Actually, a lot of people have birthdays this month. Holy shit. Now that I realize it. Yeah. Jeez. I have a lot of birthdays. Okay. I need to make food. So, what is it? It's star bulbs, which are onions. So I have to find the little onion thingies. Onion thingies. Okay. I have some good news, Ember. And Shock is like, be right back. Enjoy your lurk. I was gonna ask you a question, but it's all good. Gotta make dinner. Enjoy your dinner. I have some good news. Just a month later, but 1K subs on YouTube. Nice. 14 or 15? Because I think it's 14. My phone is messing up and it has it for both 14 and 15. So I'm like, I went back to last year and it said 14. But which one is it? But yeah, no, Jazz, congrats on pre-oven is seating. What is your question? 14 or 15 of this month? Which one is it? But yeah, that's actually huge because that means that you can start monetizing, right? That's what I thought. Okay, because I had it for last year as the same, and then I was like, my phone for some reason put it as both. There's 2 entries which are for both. So, okay. I was like, I'm gonna have to ask which one it actually is. But yeah, no, that's huge. I'm at 1, 2, 3. Which I think is funny. Okay, I need fishies. I need tier 1 fishies. I don't technically need tier 1 fishes. I could do berries. Why don't I do that? Let's do that. I'm in the wrong category. Okay. That way we can work on getting some citrus berries. I still need to empty out my... Oh, speaking of... Holy crap. I was like, we can get citrus berries. And then suddenly 2. Streamer luck. Okay. I have noticed, and I do like the fact that there are a lot more streamers for like brand new people streaming BitCraft. I think every single day that I've looked in on it, there's been someone new. Yes. I don't think I'd be making anything noticeable anytime soon, but still nice. I like the newer wave of people in the game recently. Yeah, the winter sale actually really did help bring in a lot of people. I still don't like the Steam page. I think it's very misleading, but I'm glad people have stuck around. Oh no. A lot of sweats have quit, so the game is slowly getting more collaborative. I think I don't know if it's because the sweats are gone or if it's that people are realizing they need to band together more and more to get stuff done. So like a lot more regions are like coming together to make a single town. People are merging in with other people because like they don't want to necessarily keep like being responsible for stuff. Tier ups have been done for the, yeah. The rush for a tier up is pretty well done at this point. For a lot of people at least. There's nothing to do between getting tier 10 stations. People have hit hundreds and other good games. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. At this point, as soon as you hit tier 10 or 100 and something, there's absolutely no reason to continue. Other than just like enjoying playing the game. This is cool. The biomes are like blended. A lot of people are left staying for the community over leaderboards. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. It's nice to see a lot more people like kind of coming together though. I thought about that for a little bit, where I was saying earlier, like, should I be planning my exit strategy? But at the same time, I'm like, I'm still enjoying playing, and like in my free time, I'm still playing. So I think there's going to be other games like we were talking about earlier, like Hytale, that I'm definitely going to have more of an interest in playing. And my obsessions come and go. Welcome to ADHD. So like I can fixate on something for like a month and then like completely drop it. And so it just depends. Like BitCraft has definitely been something that I've been playing like consistently. I don't understand the meta of only playing one game at a time. For me, it's that it's a hyper focus at that point. Like I have stuff that I want to get done. It's hard for me to go and switch between things because then I'm like, oh shoot, if I'm doing this, I should be doing this in this game. Like if I don't have anything going on in another game, then I'm like, oh, okay, that's fine if I play something else. But for the most part, it's usually like one and done. My rule is pretty simple. Am I having fun? If yes, play. If no, do something else. Yeah. Oh, we did have that conversation before where we were talking about, sorry, 1 second. Let me grab. Yeah, I knew it. God damn it. It was not giving me the climb. Where you're not afraid to like just drop something or change your mind or like just do something else. Games are meant to be fun. Remy! Hi, Remy. Welcome in, Raiders. Remy Raid! Hi, Remy. How are you doing? Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Happy Hanukkah. Yule. Whatever you celebrate. Welcome, welcome. Hello. How are you? How is stream? The spray bottle. I like the spray bottle one. What were you up to today? I tried to like stop in and see what was going on before I started stream, and I immediately was like, I have to get so much done. And I left it just lurking, and I was like, I have no idea what happened. So tell me, how's your day so far? What have you been up to? Sapwood Road Atat. Ooh. Ooh. I don't think I've ever actually been to a sapwood. Found a cave. Ooh, what kind of cave? And of course with the chit-chatting. Gotta always. A new tier 5 cave spawn alongside our road. Wait, what? What? That, that's nice. I think they're bugged. Why are they bugged? Oh, was it the leftovers from the prospecting, do you think? And then it got removed. Were you able to go into it? I think I might have been wrong. Oh, well, I know they were talking about with prospecting, like the nodes and stuff like that, or the like you were saying, the runes. Also, are people able to, like, are the ruins rather, respawning? Because I don't think. Time for one more journey. I followed and served. Dear YouTube, thank you very much. Citizen Grim, enjoy. I wish you the best of luck. You got this. Make sure that you keep your head down and self-checkout lines, because then you're not dealing with as many people. So good luck surviving Walmart. Inside the cliff so you get stuck in the cliff. I'm gonna bring a table tennis paddle for defense. Good. You definitely don't want to go alone. If they respawned once in the top again. Oh no. Runes don't respawn, but the jars next to them do, as far as I know. I haven't seen any of the jars. I've seen a couple locations. There's one location that's literally like right at my road up there, and I haven't seen it a single time. So I've harvested, I managed to harvest one, and then I haven't seen it since. And I'm like, I don't think someone's out here doing it. I don't know, maybe, but it just doesn't seem likely that every single day someone would get to it. Unless, well, maybe. If you can track the resource. I don't know if you can or not. I also don't know what the respawn rate for it is. But yeah. We were talking earlier, we're gonna have to make our road that we made here bigger so it'll actually show up on the map. Because right now it's just a single hex. And so it's just like a simple path so I can like to the towers, but it doesn't show up on the map like at all. So we're gonna have to step up our road game. Road game. That's kind of hard to say actually. Road game. It's a lot of terraforming, actually. Because it's like in the stone garden. So it's gonna be a lot of terraforming. What are you? Oh, you're a jackal. That's fine. I have hiccups. Oh, you said you had a road. I was kind of expecting a shock road. No. Oh, hiccups. Ow. No. I thought about doing it. I thought about making, like, a road. What are you doing all the way out here? Well, buddy. None of that now. I have a road. Did you know Shock has a road? I don't know if people know that, but like Shock has a road. But yeah, no, I thought about actually making like more roads because my construction now is at 60, well, 61. But yeah, if I can get my construction up more. I just have like a lot of other projects that I want to do. Perfect. Let's head back. Oh, here we go. There's another one right here and nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's a lot like scattered everywhere, which is nice. Are you back in 3 or 9 today? We'll pretty much be in region 9 almost always at this point. We got our 3 towers. We praised Geezer. We have the other 2, which is Bob and not Bob, and then praised Geezer. But yeah, we managed to get the tier 5 town that was just north of here. And right now I'm working on getting it a little bit more set up. It only had 1 of each station. Thankfully though, it still had stations. And so I'm working on getting it kind of built up. And yeah, make it the new home. I have to get the Empire status, which is going to be a lot of stuff. Yeah, I have to get Empire status still. And then I can make it the capital. That way I don't have to like keep running supplies across the world. We still have it. The Ember Isle in region 3 we still have, and I think we still have the towers for now. Boof. Yeah, we still have like the towers for now. My cache is all the way there. I need to go pick that up. So we still have these 2. And then eventually Ithaca is going to take care of these 2 towers. So that way we are pretty much in Region 9 entirely as an empire. But my alt has... I still need to transfer ownership from myself up in Region 9 here. And so like my alt... mmorpg Island Adventure. Yep. We named it Alcatraz now. As like a more serious... I would keep it mmorpg Island Adventure, but no, it's Alcatraz. Alcatraz. There we go. But yeah, it'll forever be mmorpg Island Adventure though. In our hearts, we will know the truth. Such a great name. But yeah, so my alt will take care of that. So my alt will stay in Region 3. Hrothgar's alt, I think, is also in Region 3 too. So we'll still have that, which is tier 6. And then we're not gonna like really worry about tiering that up anymore. What tier are you guys? You're like 7 or 8, right? Where is... There we go. Yeah. 225. I have a hangnail. He's a pretty bad hangnail, actually. Honor push to... Okay. I was gonna say, I thought you guys were tier 7, tier 8. But yeah, no, that makes sense. Because I saw earlier, I think T7. So I assumed you were T7. But you know what assuming does. Okay. How's it going? How is the tier 7? It's going. Fair. If you don't mind me asking, what method are you using to organize it? Because we just recently switched from using stalls to using a house. And we made it into like a warehouse, and then the sheet that we're using, we have to manually update it, but we have to manually click the icon to refresh it, but it tracks everything from the house. And so we're no longer using stalls. BitCraft sync trackers. I don't understand that website. I don't understand the website. I guess it's just like not laid out. A lot of people use it. I've seen a lot of people use it. But for some reason, I get confused looking at the like layout of the website. So I think I might just have to have someone like run me through what each thing means. I'm using Excel because we're spreadsheet. Excel is spreadsheets. You're using stalls. Okay. I hate what they did with stalls. Your boy, Notorious Dog. Thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. Also, Citizen Grim. I didn't realize 13 minutes ago. It must have popped up with the raid. Thank you very much for that follow and welcome in as well. I'd rather just use one sheet. I mean, I thought about doing that earlier. Which was like going back to doing it manually, but I'm like, I messed up so many of those sheets. I'm like, I can't. I have to have it automatic. It's not as bad as it seems when you first look at it. Yeah, I like spreadsheets. So I was originally using a different website for like tracking stuff, and I could actually click on it and cross it out. And I've never seen a website. Oh, excuse me. I've never seen a website that you can do that with now. you can't just like click on something and be like, it's crossed out. Apparently though, with the sync, it kind of does it on its own because it doesn't show the numbers anymore. But yeah, it's just like, it seems really confusing to me. But again, I think I just need someone to like walk me through it like once or twice, and then like I might be able to get it from there. Because I think I just looking at it and I just see a bunch of numbers, and like I think I have dyslexia. Dyslexia of numbers. So specifically numbers. I just, my brain just like blends them all together. Listexia, yeah. Numbers were good. What are numbers? Where's Skara? I need my resident number person, mathematician. Yeah, so like showing each step I think is like, I think that'll be better, but at the same time like I don't know how to work on it. Jazz, I was gonna say you should make a video on how to use resources. Teach me how to use things. Hell no. Yeah, I figured. So it's all good. No, I do agree with that. But the fact that there isn't very much in-game stuff and you have to use out-of-game stuff. I think the biggest thing I would love to see would be like a warehouse or a guild house or something that the game tracks, like what the spreadsheets do, where it says you have X amount of this, you have an X amount of this. And it makes it easier for people that can dump in resources, like a guild bank. Like if you had a guild bank, I think that would be like the best thing the game could ever possibly put in at this point for community-based stuff. Because having different chests, having stuff stockpiled in homes, having stuff, like if you could just be like, here's a guild bank, put everything in it, have people like have a full log, set permissions where it's like only, so like do it like every other MMO does it. Like, don't try to like reinvent the wheel. Like if something works for every other MMO, you can change how it looks. You can change how it kind of works. Just use it. You could just craft until you have enough, or a stockpile board where it lists the amount of everything. Put my tier 2 purchases in a guild bank. Okie dokie. Noms are needed. Enjoy. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much for stopping in. Always heart your face. Thank you. And yeah, get the noms. Take care of yourself. Self-care after stream is highly important. Highly important. So, gotta do it. Again, Happy New Year. I'm glad to see people are still around for the new year. Yay! Okie dokie. Go take care of yourself. It is highly important. Highly important. Importante? Yes, importante. What am I doing? Oh, I'm making food. So I need this. And these. It's 9:30 a.m. I might have to sleep soon. Oh yeah, no worries. If you haven't slept yet, you should definitely do that. Sleep is important. as much as I I usually don't sleep very well. Maybe after this I foolishly started. Oh no. Okay. I had an ox. There's my ox. It sounds like people are here. I can't tell though. Oh no. Yeah, I think I really do need to do that center thing because every single time I'm here, because it's our settlement, I think about going into the center. And so like I keep trying to go back to where I think all the tables are. Accidental 12 hours incoming. Oh no, I do have to unfortunately make sure that I keep my stream schedule. Because I've been awake pretty much all night, so gotta sleep. We're using BitCraft Sync for tier 9 push. It might be overkill for lower tier, but the higher you go, the more you need to consider every little steps. Knowing in advance the plank budget for buckets is super neat. I remember traumatizing Hrothgar so badly with buckets and pitch. Because we always needed more and more and more and more. It was like you couldn't have enough buckets and pitch. So terrible. But I do think some of the spreadsheets, like the formulas for stuff was like wrong. So very unfortunate. I want to make my own claim and everyone's trying to be like super knowing full well they don't understand what they're getting themselves into and they get their totem and I have to work out all the dumb interactions for starting. Yes. I don't know. I like look at things and I'm like, yeah, you can do it solo. Like if I played the game like solo or duo at this point, I think I'd be in the exact same spot I am right now. The highest we have is a level 6 claim. But we started so many other projects and we've like done so many other settlements. And it's kind of hard at that point because I'm like, I said it earlier, like we would have probably had a tier 8 settlement by now if we stuck with one project. And right now, because of how the game is, I think more and more people are probably going to either stop playing solo and give up or try and consolidate into other like groups. Straight away they should find like 5 or 6 people in around town before going out the way to adventure on their own, which is fair. Would be annoying if only established it's got to go. Yeah. Everyone a week ago was like, don't rush into getting a claim, it's not as amazing as you think. And then them going, nah, I'll be fine, I can solo it. Then Morgan freaking telling them a week later that it was indeed at this moment. I heard that. At this moment where he realized he found out. You can now have outposts if you want to work on a solo project. I do agree. Outposts is actually pretty good for doing solo stuff, and it's also a little bit more bite-sized for people. So you could do, instead of doing like all the codexes. Okay, so this is interesting. We broke down the math. It is cheaper to just do all the codexes. It's less gathering versus doing all the individual like tier ups. But if you're only interested in one thing, it's much better. So I don't know. I keep people like, oh, I'm just gonna like go through. Oh, excuse me. I'm just gonna go through and like do each one solo. And I'm like, it's way more codexes. It's like 5 or 6 more codexes versus just doing the full upgrade. So it's, yeah. I think I'd rather just do the full upgrade at that point and have access to everything if I'm doing a town. Versus, like if I know that I'm making an outpost, then I will very much be like, oh, okay, this is an outpost. This is the reason this settlement exists. And that's it. Also, the fact that they added that you can like put more than one supply into the thing is so good. Oh, so overdue. So overdue. What? Yes. Earlier access to stuff accelerates progress. I could see that. I could definitely see that. With a large group that needs an outpost so you can get your little corner of the world while still getting stuff. Some interaction and support. Because they don't know the struggle of making the stations too. Because tier 2 doesn't need it. Yeah. As soon as you get into refinements, ugh, everything requires refinements. They already added that like 1 or 2 updates ago. Yep. Yeah, they the last update was a lot of quality of life stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of the dev streams, they're like, this is not a solo game. This is not a solo game. This is not a solo game. And it is, but you have to play the game differently. So you can play this game solo and have a settlement, but like you're probably only gonna have that settlement to like what, tier 3, tier 4, and you would use it just for like your house, maybe storage, maybe some like eventually over time you might like level it up, but for the most part it's literally like you can just go to other towns, you can use other people's settlements, and it's fine. Like you don't necessarily have to have a settlement and play solo. Now, hopefully in the future they have like more merchant-y type stuff. So it makes soloing a little bit more enticing for people who want to be traveling merchants. So we'll have to see. That is something we will have to see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. 1 person versus like a settlement of even just 3. Way different. Having an alt, you're double your time and your resources, even just having an alt. Yeah, I like the fact that we have that new the thread with the suggestions and the bugs and the feedback and stuff like that. I think that's like hyper healthy right now to have that discussion. 15 minutes, 1 hour. 3 hours worth of food, and I didn't even have to break into these. I have to sneeze. Okay, sorry. My face decided to explode. We have a guy in Region 4 with a Tier 7 settlement solo, but even then he has an alt with better levels than my main, so is he really solo? I mean, that's the big question. At that point, is having an alt solo? Because what does solo mean? Is it the players doing it by themselves? Is it a single account? Like... Vel, hi Vel, how are you? You got to tier 5 solo no alts? Yeah, I mean, it's doable. It is 1000% doable. It's just hard and time consuming. But yeah, it's very interesting, like, thing, what, I guess there'd be different definitions of what solo means at that point. Oh, that doesn't even stack. Ugh, gross. It doesn't stack. Okay, so once this processes, we should have more seeds. We have 1 crop oil. Where am I stacking to 50 equals win? I think the fact that they are increasing a lot of the sizes of stack sizes for things is really nice. Still sitting there at 10, I cry. The fact that they're just going about it, I think is really nice. Stack of straw. Clockwork stack straw to 50 and my life is yours. Isn't our lives already theirs though? Just saying. Shoot, I should be doing this while I'm waiting. What was I doing? I guess I'm making this into timber. Oh, hello. Not your typical viewer, subscribed at tier 1 for 7 months. Thank you, Dad. Thank you very much for resubscribing. How are you doing? How was your New Year's? It's Ember, Dad. Tis true. We'll see the negatives of 1k wagon slots and the higher stacks if we get more players again. Wait, what? We'll see the negatives of 1k wagon slots and the higher stack sizes if we get more players again. That work. Okie dokie. Actually, that is kind of an interesting point. Like tier 1 through tier 4, because you need so much of it. That's actually a really good point. That's interesting. I can only use the so I guess I have to chat now. Oh really? That's interesting. I thought it was constant. Unless it's like every 3 hours. Plan is to stop attacking tier 5, but those large I actually don't control any of the lurking and escaping stuff, unfortunately. I just have it enabled and then it pops up. You claim the max amount available for you, they'll struct. Oh, yeah, okay. So it's just a Microscape thing. I think it's 3 hours. Once every 3 hours, yeah. But I can do this for people's. There we go. Stitch. Hi, Stitch. How are you? That's interesting. I saw a couple of things with the large walls, and it does look really cool. How are you doing today, Stitch? Imagine a respectfully hypothetical world where you have 100k players with tier 3 wagons getting 1k ore packages. I don't see the problem with that, though. Meh? It's an unlimited resource. Can we... The problem is scaling? I mean, not really. It's supply and demand is always going to be a thing in resource games. So if you have people who are willing to... I mean, right now prices are high because no one's farming extra, essentially. Eventually, people are just going to have the resources like readily available. And so, yes, the price of something is going to tank. And it's just going to be kind of like, whatever, we just have it. But then people are going to find ways to like still make money. And so you might find people are doing tier 3 something. And so because that person, say you have 1,000 people that do the wood, and then they realize, oh, hey, this isn't profitable. Let's say 20% of those people go do something else. Now suddenly the price might like kind of go up a little bit because 20% of those people are off doing something else. And like Hrothgar says, this is resources have prices, I collect everything. A lot of people, I've not really used the marketplace that much. I've only really used it for rare materials. But for the most part, because nothing is finite. Everything you can just go grind. It's just a matter of the convenience of it. And I think I just saw that Stitch. I just got home from work. Welcome home. How was work? Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Making money won't be an issue for established players, but being a new player spending 2 hours getting materials to sell it for 1 is despair. Well, there's so many materials. So if you have 1,000 players, take 20% of those. They went off and did something else. You still have... What's 20% of 1,000? I guess then 800. You have 800 players. So let's say the 20% went and did like flotsam or something else that like generated passive income. So flotsam, dungeons, whatever. Then you have people that aren't just doing wood, they're doing flowers. There's so many resources in the game. I think you would actually have to have like 100,000 players playing the game for it to actually have like a huge negative effect on the economy. What I do think is going to have a negative effect on the economy is the premium items, because you can just buy it. And so like it's real money trade. That's all it is. It's just a controlled by clockwork real money trade. And so this game is pay to win, because in general you can go on the auction or you can go on the market and just buy all the resources. And so spend real money, turn it into shards, sell the capsules, and then buy a settlement. And a lot of people are selling settlements at this point. Like this one, thankfully we didn't have to buy it. We just ended up inheriting it, because I said, hey, I'm gonna keep it like running. But like 100k for items and like getting a legendary, getting a mythic. This game is so pay to win. Like, yeah. Well, I mean, the people should be farming something else. Farm leather, farm flowers. Like, there's gonna always be something that is of value. For items outside of task items and no competitive resource sink, yeah, you run into a lost arc problem where RMT is rampant and everything is either worth nothing or more than a house. Yeah. Haven't sold a single thing until the town was tier 8. I don't use the marketplace, like, at all. I should. I could probably, like, but also you have to look at it. What's the point of making money other than just buying more resources? Telling a new player to go do something else from what they want to do just makes them quit. Well, if they want to go get wood, that's fine. Like, you need 100,000 of something for like tier 8, tier 10. Just like have them store it somewhere. Even if they sell it for 1 hex coin, that's 100k. Like, that to me, and especially in a game that doesn't, like, you don't really need money. Like, I've sat on 100k for like a while. Of watching empires running into retention issues all around me. Well, it's because they're not doing anything to keep their players. Like, the retention issue has to be community based at this point. The game is in a what's the point of playing state. So it has to be community based. And if empires are not doing anything to keep their community happy, then yeah, they're gonna leave. Win is for you. I play for the community aspect, and running a group, no amount of RMT will make you win. Exactly. That's like, I mean, that's what we were saying just now with like retention of players. The game itself gives really nothing to the player. It's just you're on a hamster wheel. It's a constant grind. And so it's the community, it's the MMO aspect. And I don't know if there ever is going to be a time in which BitCraft is going to hit that point where, like, I don't think the game's ever going to hit a point where someone isn't just going to be like, why am I doing this? What's the point of this? Because the whole point of BitCraft is the grind. And I guess in the same way as like RuneScape. The game gives me maybe 400 subs on YouTube. What do you mean? Well, I mean, the metrics for the game sucks. All around. Metrics for BitCraft is awful. Oh, I've been sitting here trying to regen my stamina, not realizing I didn't have food running. Yay! Now I have food. Eat. But yeah, no, I think the metrics for this game as a whole are bad. And there's nothing that we're going to be able to do unless we like somehow try to kidnap a bunch of streamers that have like thousands of viewers and get them to play and get them to love the game. Like, there's not much we can do. Because my focus is having fun with the group and not hex sprinting or blind grinding. Yeah. If I didn't stream, I probably wouldn't play BitCraft. Like, if I wasn't a BitCraft partner and if I didn't stream, I probably wouldn't be playing, like, continue to play BitCraft. I think I would get to that point where I'm like, well, what's the point? But because I can talk to people and there's a community behind it and I'm making a lot of friends along the way, like, that's what to me is worth it. I'm just worried Light No Fire comes out in BitCraft. I mean, Hightail. Hightail's gonna kill BitCraft. Light No Fire is gonna kill BitCraft. Like, any new game, anything out there is going to kill BitCraft. And it's gonna kill our Arknights. It's gonna kill Marvel. It's because, as a whole, people have very short attention spans, and it goes to the Unu shiny, Unu shiny, Unu shiny, Unu shiny, and it's even worse in video games. And so if something, like you were saying earlier, Jazz, like, if you're not having fun with something and something else is giving you more fun, you're gonna play that thing that is more fun. And that's what a lot of people do, and they tend to jump game to game to game. So, like, I think every single thing is going to be like a possible like deterrent from anything else. Like, Light No Fire is, look, you would say like Light No Fire would have Valheim, PAX Day, BitCraft, RuneScape I think is in its own little category because it's nostalgia. Like, BeastCat, thank you for the 1 hour. It's so like, things of genre is consistently going to be a thing. Battlefront, yeah. Every unending game will always have problems of people saying, what am I still doing? Here the difference is how often and how fast people say it, and that's where BitCraft lags behind RuneScape, Final Fantasy 14, WoW, etc. 14 WoW give you something else to do. Raiding being the big thing in WoW. Roleplay being the big thing in 14. I don't know about RuneScape. I guess just bragging rights. There's a lot we can do, but everyone has to be on the same page. Not everyone has to. Like, you can have a group of like 5 people and still play BitCraft and be in your own little bubble and everything be great. Like, you could have like a revolution of like 30 people who decide, hey, we're just gonna turn this area into a barter system. Like, it's a sandbox. You can do whatever you want. The whole time I played with moved onto eco and put the settlement into holding. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it too. I think topping up the settlement and then just being like, hey, I need to top this back up in a month. You could technically like only spend like maybe 10 hours a month on BitCraft, as long as you had like the means to just make supplies. So this really isn't as bad as the others I've done. I find it more rewarding personally. I find BitCraft, for some reason, BitCraft makes my brain go burr, and it might just be the art style. It might just be like the constant, I'm never going to be done playing this game. Like, the challenge of that. Also, a lot of doers in BitCraft don't do something else because of the sunk cost. I mean, it's also going to depend on launch. A lot of people are treating this like it's launch, and it's not. And so, I think there's going to be a problem with that, and it's going to. People are either waiting for launch, or at launch they're gonna disappear because they've already done everything they wanted to do and played the game to the fullest extent in early access. So it's gonna be one of the two. Where is this? I'm still catching up on chat. Only because the moment-to-moment gameplay is boring. Plenty of people will put hundreds of hours into Path of Exile character even knowing the league will be over and they won't play the character ever again, but it's because they enjoy the game. BitCraft doesn't have enjoyable gameplay. I mean, that's true. I mean, Fellowship's the same way. Fellowship's doing season stuff too. You could have 10 people dropping claims and griefing too. Not gonna lie though, being able to drop a stack of supplies in one hit now makes me use my wagon more. Yeah, it's so nice. Oh, okay, so I just need the paper. Oh shoot, I have it at Alcatraz. I'm gonna have to buy. No, I need to get more money. Speaking of money. Oh, shoot. The fact that this is read out is like really hard. Okay. Oh, I still do need nails because to make the timber, it requires nails, I think. So I can make the planks this way, but I think I still need the thing for the nails. Okay. I got goals and record stuff and moralizing achievements on YouTube just so I have something to look back even after the wave. I think the knowledge of knowing what to do after the wipe, I think for me is the key. But yeah, also having these videos and having VODs of like, hey, here's my progress. Yeah, it's true. If I didn't have that, I'd probably take a bunch of screenshots and be like, hey, look at my town. Here's a screenshot. Launch is going to be so much worse if we have the same region count. Why do you say that? Is it... Yeah, I'm curious. Why do you say that if launch is going to be worse with the same region count? I only did one thing in the game and saying they're done everything there is gonna be done. Too many normies jumped into the game and realized too late it wasn't for them and nothing is waiting for them at the end. Yeah. I don't care if they call it early access or whatever. You put a game on a store, tell people they can pay it, not for money, that's launch. Yeah, I agree. I'm genuinely tired of this mindset of slapping early access on something to excuse it being half-baked, buggy, and then selling it for a release price, or in BitCraft's case, for more money than release price. I don't think they're using EA as an excuse. I genuinely think they just rush EA. It depends on the company. It really does. Like, if you look at Warframe. Warframe was early access for what, 10 years? 12 years? So it just depends. And calling something early access is just kind of like what's what I'm looking for? Like a lawyer term where it's like, oh, we don't want to be held accountable. If we said it's launched, then it's the final product and everyone's going to judge the final product. But if it's early access, ooh, it can change at any time. And so it's like a safety net for companies. And so of course they're going to call anything and everything early access because it saves their ass. And certain companies do it correctly and certain companies don't. I agree though, if it's on the internet and it's something that you can buy or play, it's still considered launch. So honestly, the game still has 2 or 3 closed tests and an open beta away from early access. I think based on the amount of stuff that is projected to be in the game later on, this could have been a closed beta. I do agree. I think it could be a closed beta. Open beta, maybe do like stress test weekends to like test capacity of maybe wars or empires and stuff like that. But for the most part, because of the amount of content that I think we've scratched the surface. I think based on what they were saying, they want to implement, but at the same time, I could see them just being like, you know what, we're done, and here it is, and this is what you get. But the amount of bugs and stuff like that, I think we're looking at like, I would say maybe 30%, 40% of the game at this point. But the way that they're talking, it's like we've only seen like 5%. So, I don't know. It's currently more than 6 months later. The current state of the game is not worth any more money now than it was on launch. It depends. I was gonna say that depends. Alpha 5 and then open beta before EA. I don't think they have the time or money for that. None of the companies nowadays, early access and games in general are money grabs. Or should have been a closed beta at least. I did need a way to test the end game crafting loop, and that was hard to do with the alphas. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you had like for this game to test long term, unless you bumped everyone for like the weekend and saying like, hey, you are now level or tier 8. You have level 80 and everything. Here's the supplies for it. Over the next week, try to hit tier 10 and see what it is. But even then, it's like you could just have early access. Do close put up to 15 levels. I think part of when they did was due to funding. Yeah, and that's usually what it is for every company that goes early access is, hey, we don't have enough money. We need this funded, and so we're going to put in early access. I think that's 90%. The other 10% would be companies who have early access with a deadline. So like Fellowship was saying that they had a deadline of 6 months. And so they wanted it as early access to be like, hey, we want people to test this out to see if we are in the right direction. And that was pretty much it. I said the same thing and didn't see it. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah. 90% of early access is just money grabs. Like, as much as freaking Ashes of Creation. I mean, it's what? In early access now? Is that what's happening? Yeah, it's in early access for $50. Now I'm curious if you have to do a subscription with it. It's so funny to see how much of this literally looks like arcade. It's so funny. So also something I noticed, when I was looking at some of the gameplay videos, it looks good, but it doesn't have that hyper realism that they were like talking about the first couple times. And I think that might just be like, hey, we just can't. It's not fundamentally possible to have this like hyper realism because it's costly to have hyper realism, especially in Unreal. If something has dynamic lighting, you're like, ooh, dynamic lighting. Is sub-based once is full released. Ah, gotcha. But yeah, I mean, Ashes of Creation at this point is Star Citizen. Like, all of those games are pretty much just like, hey, we need money to continue this. I think what happened, and I think Cal and I had this discussion, is what happened before is usually companies were said, hey, you have $100,000 to make this game. That's it. And then they were already funded beforehand. And they worked with the $100,000. Games nowadays are like, here's $5,000, make a concept. If we like it, we'll crowdfund it. Or if we like it, we'll invest in it. And so it's no longer companies being like, hey, here's the money, make it, like movies and stuff like that. It's, hey, we're gonna crowdfund. And like, crowdfunding as a whole really, really changed a lot of like the internet and the social aspect of things. Because a lot of companies just realized, hey, I can just crowdfund it. And that was like a huge downfall. It's kind of weird because the longest time I've been saying all my interactions that I've seen have been positive, but it just gets lost in translation somewhere. Reading through the New Year's cleanup posts and seeing how many of them showed up in... Oh, yeah. No, I agree. I do agree, Jazz. A lot of the stuff is stuff that has been said over and over already from multiple people. I used to say lasting forever because of 72D game was in early access for like 8 years before finally went full release. 7 Days to Die? Is that what it is? Yeah. I mean, it's... Yeah. I mean, companies don't call anything beta too much anymore. They'll do beta weekends, which... Beta weekends are usually the early access. That's... Early access is launch. Any game that tries to be open world, community driven sandbox mmorpg is the biggest red flag in the world, and you should never go into a game like that expecting anything other than a complete and total failure. I mean, at this point, the track record for those types of games have not been good. Tarkov was amazing. They fixed all the issues in the 10 years. More for I'm sorry, my glasses are at the game. That's funny. 7 days. Okay. Be playing Star Rupture and 7 days with the friends for sure, trying to make friends. Yay! Good job, Jazz. You survived Walmart. Congratulations. You, sir, deserve a Medal of Honor. There was a sale. Oh no. But yes, welcome back. Congratulations for surviving. Oh, yachty face. But yeah, I do think to a degree there's things that could be tested that companies are just like, well, let them test it. Let them do it. So yeah. I think it's a huge difference in ethics at this point. And like people caring about a game versus caring about money. And most people just care about the money at this point versus just the game. Because as a whole, I mean, like the world as a whole is struggling to survive economy wise. And so people can't really afford to have passion projects in life anymore. And that's what sucks is game companies trying to have a passion project. I think you would need someone like Notch, who made Minecraft, who is like a billionaire at this point. Him having another like passion project makes sense. But he's already made his money. He's not gonna like continue to make another passion project. Like stuff like that. So you have to have the investment already there. I thought he was making BitCraft too. I heard rumors, but I didn't think that that was actually a thing, because on Twitter it said, I thought he had stated he was just done. I guess maybe not. He might be. And sold Mojang to software. Well, there's also, I think it was like selling Mojang to Microsoft, made a bunch of money, and then now is like, well, I can just make something new. So, but yeah, I thought he said he was going to stop doing that. Maybe not. I should borrow a thing, but it ain't MC2, but I'm not gonna, I'm not lurk Twitter to find out more. No, that's fair. Definitely fair. So at this point, I need tier 3. Does my card have anything in it? What is going on? Oh, I guess it's just quiet. Use storage. Oh shit. I guess I'll deal with this really quick. I have to go get tier 3 wood and tier 3 ore. Because I need to make the nails for timber. I'm trying to make the stockpile. Not that it really is important right now, but it's like small projects like this where I'm like, oh, this is gonna... See, okay. Here's a thing that I think is very interesting. If I want to make a stockpile, which is like a small thing, technically it should be a small thing. However, it's already taken me like 2 hours to like get the materials and supplies and stuff like that. So for me, looking at this, it's like the way to play this game, and this is how I'm going to do it moving forward, is hoard literally every single thing, put it in my own personal like storage or house and stuff like that, and then keep replenishing like a grocery store or something like that, as soon as I use something, I'd be like, hey, I need a supply, like resupply. Cow did this actually, and it worked out really, 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 really well. And so I think that's what I'm gonna have to do, like at launch, is have like way more extra materials, because sitting here spending like 2 hours to make a single thing where I'm like, oh, I could have had these materials sitting somewhere. Yeah. Your refrigerator's a collection. I hope he's not working on anything. I just want Notch to stay in his mansion and keep to himself. After he sold Microsoft, he started being more open with his opinions. He's very transphobic and homophobic opinions. I don't feel like seeing a bunch of people giving a shitty person even more money. He's very vocal on Twitter a lot of times. I actually didn't know that, so that's interesting. Levers and just the old school dungeon home. Do you like... Wait, so what is this, Ember? Do you like my pre-tool upgrade ritual? What is your pre-tool upgrade ritual? Yeah, I didn't know that. Did not know that about Notch. Oh, you sent it to me. Bestoweth upon us a rod that will rival Poseidon himself. It's so great. Grant us the power to wield such power with dignity and grace. I love it. Well done. Well done. It was a rare. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it was rare. Actually moved all reference due to said opinions. Oh, really? So, hair gel is a weird thing and I'm totally not used to using it. It depends on the hair gel. Because they have like, like really stiff hair gel, which is like, eh. I used to do that when I was like in my Matrix phase, where I like had the Trinity slick back, or I had pixie cut and I had to like spike out the back of it. Yeah, a lot of hair gel. I used to use a lot of hair gel too. And then now it's not a hard hair gel, it's a soft one, but they use it to maintain my dreads. So after I get my dreads done, which is next weekend, I will get like, they'll palm roll and like put something so that they actually like stay like nice and neat. Just got a mohawk, so I'm used to the side sweeping it as it grows out. Mohawk sounds like awesome. Mohawk sounds so awesome. We were actually I was talking to my hair mom about that, and she said if she would get dreads, she'd probably end up getting a mohawk of dreads, like the line of dreads, because she'd want to keep shaving the sides and keep shaving the sides and keep shaving the sides. So it's just funny. Got a haircut a week ago. Was it like because you needed a haircut, or you just wanted to have a haircut? I find that interesting, because there is a different like mentality where like there's some people who are like, I don't get my haircut ever, and there's some people that are like, I have to have a haircut like once a month to keep it like nice and neat. Why do they have to be dreadlocks? So why not joy locks? I think it's because of the history of dreadlocks, to be honest. The history of dreadlocks is really depressing. When you start involuntarily using your hair in place of toilet paper, It's probably getting a bit too long. Yeah. If you have to like literally hold your hair up to like, yeah, no. I think the longest I've had my hair is like mid chest, I think. And this is like getting there. You can't see it because it's dark, but it's sitting right here. So it is kind of long. It's only the back part of it, though. The front part is still like chin length. Feels like a spider tickling you. It's not ideal. I couldn't. When I had not dreadlocks, my hair was so thin and fine. So like having long hair looked so straggly and gross. Like having short hair like worked better with like having fine hair because it kind of made it seem a little fuller. But yeah, having dreadlocks, this is like the thickest my hair has ever been in my life, and I love it. Absolutely love it. They apparently donated to charity. Oh, nice. Was it Locks of Love or something like that? And you have like a minimum requirement that you have to do. I looked like Asian Jesus, now I look like Asian Carrot. Oh no! Or Asian. So what made you like decide to chop it off? Oh geez. It is already 4 o'clock. I have an hour left. I remember the days where I could poop in peace and I took it for granted for near try. Well done. Okay then. Yeah. They are officially here. Or maybe they've been here, because I heard the water running at one point. So they might have been here for a bit, and I didn't even notice. And we're sitting here talking about poop hair. Oh, that's funny. I used to have beard and navel, and I shaved it off before my surgery. Now it won't grow long. Oh no! I have heard that's a common problem. Like if someone has like long hair or something that's been like around for a while. Oh, hi.
Apparently they did the inspection and didn't need to come in here, so.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay.
All that for nothing. I thought I heard talking and I was like, oh, they must be here.
I mean, I called.
Uh-oh.
See what was going on.
Gotcha. But yeah, like I have heard like if you have like long hair or a beard or something and you shave it off, like it doesn't grow the same way, like because it's not the gravity of it, so it can be like weirdly messed up. Gotta go make dinner, be back in a while. Okie dokie. Last thing I remember before passing out was hearing glass break and was oh fuck. That sounds terrible. Anyone got 1 or 2 house storage for items in extra? I wish. That reminds me, I should probably go get my cash while I have full travel points. Locked in for 12-hour stream. No, I have an hour. I have an hour left. Though it is 6 hours at this point. So 7-hour stream. It's not too far off. This is like my normal stream time because I started at 10. So 10 to 5. Sorry. You probably heard my knuckles cracking. But yeah, no, 10 to 5. That's so funny. One of my chats has 70 emotes enabled and the other chat doesn't. That's so funny. Because I saw the emote, the Santa emote on one chat but not the other. Bedtime in 17,000 crafting effort. Where are you at? Are you at Port Oral? Gotcha. Halfway to 68 Scholar, still crying. You're making tier 6 foods. Oh, geez. Is it worth it to make the higher tier foods? Like, I'm curious about that. If it's actually, like, worth it. Tier 6 is probably the cutoff. Yes, I'm a food snob. Really? Anything past that, just a pain in the ass to maintain. Interesting. I feel like it would just be the fertilizer, right? Because that's all, like, fish. Depends if you're just making, like, the bulbs. Wait, anything past the... Because you can't use the fish for fert? What? Why can't you use the fish for fertilizer? Oh, you gotta cook the fish. Well, no, bulbs, like... I don't have them on me. The 1 hour food. Not the craft food. Fish and bulbs is best food. Well, if you're actually using it, there's a difference, because there's times where I'm like, I'm just out running around, and what's the point of having, like, crafting and gathering food? I don't even consider it as a gathering food. I just consider it as a crafting food, because that's what takes, like, really the most time. For me, I'm like, adding an extra minute, 2 minutes to something isn't really... I got none to go. Yeah, I'm an hour food enjoyer as well. Even if it's just tier 1. Like, most of my stuff is usually just tier 1. Just so I don't die and I can recharge stamina. Like, that's all that matters to me. I was gonna say, that's what I have running. I don't notice the stamina regen, though. Like, I really don't. One stam every 10 seconds. You They only see it. Bonking tier 1, tier 2. Ah, I see. 1 stam every 10 seconds. Yeah, that's not... I mean, I guess it'll... If you passively regen... Meh. You might get, what? An extra minute off of something? If you're lucky. Oh, Yanni face. Yanni face bedtime. I decided to open the window so that maybe some of the light will keep me awake longer. You can solo T1 tier 2 chum node in 1 stem bar with it. Interesting. That's also another thing I need to do. I need to do my heart quest at some point. So I need... Shit. I need to shoot. No, not actually. No. Go back. Let's see about this for now. What is this? Burn all. The fact that this place came with chests was really cool. There was nothing in these at all, though. Nothing in them. Okay, I need... here. I guess I haven't actually crafted any of these. Interesting. Yeah. So I will get 50 mason. Molten Illuminite. What level is that? I'm guessing level 6. Or tier 6. I'm only guessing. Peerless Bait. Is that 8? Level 60 leatherwork. 70 carpentry. I'm actually not too far off from a lot of these, which is kind of interesting. That one I'm never gonna get, apparently. It's still kind of crazy that Metronome got like the first to explore the entire world, but like nothing for it. Like, I don't even think it was like highly recognized at all even. Which makes me sad. Makes me very sad. I knew they threw a party and stuff like that, so... Yeah, there was the party in the starter town, but I think that was really it. I don't know if we have cake in BitCraft. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think there's cake. Interesting. Just checking in on a few things. I guess Warframe's still going strong right now, which is nice. I still need to figure out how to do or find the stuff for the Pokemon games, because I do want to at least do one at some point. I thought it would be really cool to do a Pokemon Soul Link Nuzlocke or Nuzlocke with Shock at some point. I think that would be really fun because he has the Pokemon community app thing in his chat, and so like, wouldn't it be cool to play Pokemon together? Like, I wonder, has Tony, I think Tony's been streaming, yeah? I thought I saw a notification recently. That was funny. But yeah, I think, because I know Tony said he wasn't feeling well and he got sick, so, which is very unfortunate. Being sick is no fun. But yeah, Thursday is patch day, so there is that. I like doing collabs with Tony. I really do. It's a lot of fun. It's cool to like actually talk to each other, and our community is like, because it's BitCraft, and like I think most of the BitCraft communities tend to mingle a bit, and so it's like nice to get like both, especially if you're streaming at the same time. Like, there's no reason to like compete, quote unquote, if you can just like hang out and collab. And like Thursdays is like the only time I get any overlap. So we need to come up with a Thursday event. I would never talk to that Chuckter guy. He seems like a very disrespectful individual, lumping me in with the football players. Ah, the footballers. Yeah. Those darn streaming footballers. He'll hit your towers. You can try. But yeah, I don't think there's any. Let me check the Region 9. Okay, so they did prospecting. So prospecting party, I don't know if it's... Is that going to be every Thursday? I really wish I could show up for the Friday fishing fleet, but I just can't. What if, okay, so if I did an event of some kind, or we did like a regular thing, what other than like fishing would people be interested in? Because I think like the dungeons is like Slayer Sunday, Fishing Friday. They do have the prospecting, which apparently is like, I guess Thursdays. But I'm trying to think of like if there's something else that we can do, because I can probably move to like Saturday. I wish any of them had a decent time they started. Yeah, it's really hard for me to do any of the weekend stuff. But then also, it's like probably what, like 2 a.m. for you or something? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's rough. And I think, well, like what most events are like during, like all of Tony's events are during the day. They start like early morning. So. But yeah, I'm trying to think like what we could do as an event. Like, it would be different if I made a bunch of money, because then I could do like some sort of gathering event. And then we could like pay for the supplies. But like, we don't really have money. And I could ask for the bank of cow, but that's not like really sustainable. So I don't want to like do something that's like not really sustainable. I'm trying to think if there's like anything else. Yeah, because there's other than prospecting, there's not too many like group event stuff. Fishing, prospecting, that's like really it. You kind of have to like make your own thing. Get Tony to say the Emperor prospects when he does his prospecting parties. Is it a reference to something? Because I'm trying to think if there's any other like, other than dungeons. So dungeons, prospecting, and fishing are like the 3 community things. It would be kind of cool if we could do like, because we have the pets, like if we could actually do like Pokemon battles, like what WoW had. I think that would be pretty funny. Use that as the taming skill. Kind of similar to the Emperor protects from 40. Maybe it's the same reference. Oh, there you go. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna know the reference to it, but I think most of my chat at this point are pretty heavy in the 40k. There was something, I forget, what was I watching? But it was 40k related. I forget exactly what it was though. Yeah, I forget what it was. I think it was like some sort of lore video, and I didn't realize it was about 40k until they started referencing orcs. And I was like, this sounds really familiar. And then I kind of like skipped through it, and they were like, why yes, the Space Marines. And I was like, oh. But I ended up watching, I think I was just like ended up listening to it. It was like a lore video about the different factions for 40k. And the fact that Secret Level really got me hoping that Henry Cavill lives up to his reputation. I mean, supposedly he's doing a 40k TV series. Supposedly. He's a producer this time? Yeah. I mean, needs more Warhammer Fantasy and less 40k. More Team Witcher. Yeah, I mean, I agree with him stepping down as Witcher. I do agree with it. Like, it's not the product you signed up for. And if they're going to force you to do something that you as a fan know is wrong, like there's him stepping down was good. And it's also Henry Cavill, so like if it was like a lesser named person, I doubt they would probably step down, even if they had the passion, because that would have been their like probably breakthrough. But Henry Cavill can afford to like just be like, I don't need this piece, I'm out. And stand by like, hey, I want this to actually be true to like the character, and like, yeah. But I think the short-term monetary gain and who would want to be respected by fellow gamers as a gamer yourself, that seems inconvenient. Oh, but think of the short-term monetary gain. What? By... If like staying on or not? More people should do the same, do the IP properly and or create your own. I agree. And it's what like the movie adaptations of like video games, animes, and all that kind of stuff like has such a bad rap, is because companies are doing it like, oh, this is popular, they're just gonna come watch this, and not actually caring. Again, the world runs on money, so. I injected in the previous statement was a really large. Well, I got it. Okay. Now it makes a lot more sense. But yeah, the world runs on money. That is it. You know, I should be working on... I should be making food while I'm doing this. 'Tis have forgotten. But yeah, I do agree. Like, I think that's what's lacking the most in the world, just in general, is like passion projects and people giving a shit instead of giving a shit about the monetary gain of something. So more and more people being like stepping up and being like, no, I'm not going to do this because that's not like right, I think is like a really big thing. But Hopefully though, and like I would hope they're going to take their time and make it right. So that would be good. That would be really good. But yeah, no, there was like one of the lore things when they were talking about orcs, of like talking about the big red button, and I was like, that's funny. I totally forgot about that. I like listening to lore stuff. Sometimes it can just like drag. It depends on like who's doing it and if the content is anywhere near entertaining. Like sitting there reading the sermon. Nope, my mouth doesn't want to make those words. The Elven Encyclopedia of Lord of the Rings. You know exactly what I'm talking about. My mouth just does not want to, for some reason. But yeah, like reading an encyclopedia, like stuff like that is not like that. It's dry, it's boring. But if you have like stories of like tales of like lore of like things that have happened, like that's more entertaining. So talking about orcs and like the big red button, or painting flames on the side of something, or someone going pew pew and suddenly they're dying, like stuff like that. Hrothgar, I really do think if you have time to read a book, that you pick up the Dungeon Crawler Carl series. Custom red paint job. Red goes faster. Yep. The Dungeon Crawler Carl series is really good and fits very much in like kind of like a 40k universe, I think. It's so good. I like have been recommending it to like everyone I can, but like with the caveat of being like, hey, it's like super gory. Like be careful reading it. If you're squeamish, do not read it. I need to get back into reading things besides roll sets. Yeah, you said you ended up buying like all of that, the series. I forget what it was. It was like super cool though. Shit, what was the name of the series? Oh hey, it's like pouring down rain. But yeah. I'm gonna be very sad. I'm on book 6 and I think there's 8 out currently. This last book, I was very, very shocked in a good way, because most of the books previously were like, I think 300 to 400 pages. Like they were short. And this one was 700 pages. And I was like, oh, thank goodness. Like it was actually like a decently long book. But it was like really, really good. And so it didn't feel like it dragged on. There was definitely a lot that happened. And each book is each floor of the dungeon, which I think is really well done. So having books being like, certain books being like longer than another is like kind of nice. But yeah, I think like the first like 4 books were all like under 300 pages, I want to say. I haven't been on Goodreads in a while. There's so many books that I'm just like reading and just like not finishing. I don't think I'm gonna finish like any of these books. The Brothers Hawthorne was actually a decent series, but it was like hyper CW young adult. And I think the author thought they were clever and they just really weren't. Like the twists and turns and the plot points, like it was not that like great. And then Hollow, which I thought I was gonna really enjoy based on the summary of it. The summary is about the Great Hunt. And so I thought it was going to be like really cool, and then I realized the person who wrote it is the freaking woman who wrote Zodiac Academy, which was the worst freaking book I've read in a long time. And it's written by her and someone else, and I'm like, it was so hard for me to get into the book. It was so hard. Even just getting through the first 2 chapters was difficult. The writing style, terrible. Like, the way that the characters were introduced were terrible. Like, it has a 4.11 out of 5. And I'm just like, I guess it's because something that happened later in the book. But, yeah, I hated Zodiac Academy. Absolutely hated it. I only read the first book and I hated it. I guess someone did not finish. No motivation. That's funny. Yeah, it's just ugh. It's ugh. Very boring. And then the other one, which is Pirate Switch, which is just corn. The whole book is corn. That's it. So I'll probably put those on like my did not finish. I hate putting stuff on my did not finish list because I don't tend to not finish books. And so they're just kind of sitting there on my like currently reading, and I'm not currently reading them. I bought a heap of Shadow Dark RPG stuff. I'm currently waiting on Warhammer the Old World RPG books to arrive. Oh, nice. Not flaming book readers, just don't get it. Don't get reading books for entertainment, or like what part do you not get? I get that with a lot of authors. Martin is one of them. Thinks he's way more clever than he really is. Yeah, that just never understood the whole book thing. I think most of the time, like reading stories or reading books and stuff like that is definitely a form of escapism. It's like ARPGs like Diablo and Path of Exile. I don't understand how people get into it. When you think of a fire engine, do you see a fire engine? Oh, like visualizing books. That's true too. It comes from a time before video games. We were we were there 3,000 years ago. Back in my day, we didn't have batteries. I had newspaper and sticky tape. You could actually do some really cool newspaper transfer stuff. I used to make collages with newspaper. It was a part of an art project. So if you took, is essentially like a stamp. If you took tape and then you put it on the newspaper and like you scraped it, and then you would peel it very carefully off, and then you could put it on a sheet of paper and then scrub it again. It's kind of like when you do like a transfer sheet, but you could do it with tape and newspaper. I completely lack a mind's eye. Reading used to be my favorite thing, but I couldn't picture it. Now I don't read as much. I actually am in the same boat, weirdly enough. It's very hard for me to visualize anything. I have that like blank brain. It's just very hard for me to visualize. And so like when I'm reading, I don't necessarily visualize. Like, I get the concept and I'm reading through it and I know what's happening, but I think this is also like good because like the book that I'm currently reading is nothing but like gore, and I don't visualize the gore. Like, and so like listening and hearing stories is very entertaining to me, but also at the same time it's kind of hard for me to retain some of the stuff because I'm not like visualizing it. Used to make swords and boats and all that. Dude, newspaper swords were great. I just don't get the whole read a book, something happens you don't like and get mad about it and saying it's bad. You just described the internet. Yeah, I was gonna say that is truly the internet. Something happens you don't like and get mad about it. So, funny story. Changes. Dresden Files. So, I used to read the Dresden Files as it came out. And you would wait a year and get the hardcover book and like be the first person to read it. And so something that Jim Butcher likes doing is cliffhangers. And one of the books was absolutely the worst one. Worst cliffhanger, knowing that it was going to be like another freaking year before you understood what was happening, was Changes, where the character essentially assassinated himself. And yeah, I threw the book across the room. As soon as I finished the book, I literally launched the book across the room. I like broke the spine of the book and everything. I was pissed. And it was just because I had to wait so long to know what actually happened. Yeah. People should write a book, and it's like, I'd like to entertain the idea, but I just don't get what it's about. I mean, in general, just I think you would be better at writing nonfiction after like reading through the document and stuff like that. So like writing nonfiction, there's still people out there that read nonfiction. So you could do an entire deep dive on something and write a book about it. Food. Welcome back, Pat. What was your food? What did you get to eat? But yeah, writing fantasy or writing fiction really does require like a huge imagination and being able to put yourself in the shoes of the characters and stuff like that. Like something isn't I just don't get to feel like something isn't connecting for me when it comes to books. And I mean, that's fair. But there's a lot of times books aren't for everyone because they might find it a waste of time. Or they might just like you said, just not connect with it. But I do think storytelling is like the longest form of entertainment. Or oldest form of entertainment, rather, is storytelling. And so, I mean, ultimately everything is a waste of time except for coming down to Arborhelm and Region 4 to help with crafts. Shameless plug, yeah. That is fair. I was thinking about going back on my, like, don't advertise thing because I was like, maybe I should start advertising. Maybe I should. I haven't eaten it yet, but garlic chicken and pasta. Oh, that sounds good. There's a giant, it's like this big. It's giant. Can of, or not can, but jar of minced garlic in the refrigerator. I like storytelling and that, but I don't know. I prefer that on a face-to-face basis rather than reading text. I enjoy the ritual of reading a book. I find it more rewarding than watching a video. I think there's something like, for me, it's like very cozy. Sometimes, like, usually it's me reading in bed, like before going to sleep. This morning I got up and I read on the couch, and it's like, it's just that like calm, like you're drinking a cup of tea and you're just sitting there watching the sunrise. Like that kind of cozy, comfy feeling is me like reading a book. Is just making stuff. What type of making stuff? I like the smell of a book, that feel of the pages, finding a comfy, quiet place. Yeah. Dude, the smell of a library. I don't know, I just make shit. And that could be the other thing. Like, a lot of times with reading, if you're a very active person and you have to have, like, your hands always doing something, like, reading tends to be very difficult, especially with people with ADHD or people that are just like constantly on the go, because reading does take it. I think reading is like meditating, to be honest. It takes sitting down and like dedicating the time. There's days where I could just read the whole day and I won't realize that like 16 hours have passed and I've finished like 2 books. And there's other days where I'm like, I literally can't. I just want to meditate. I'll just meditate. Yeah. You were saying earlier about Path of Exile and Diablo. Is it story-driven games, like, as well? Like, can you watch videos of, like, story-driven stuff? Or is it just, like, in general, just not something you connect with, like, as a whole? Or it could just be the act of reading, too. I don't really care much about story, but I can appreciate... Oh, okay. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, there's people out there that don't do any story, anything in video games. They just mash through all the cutscenes. To each their own. To each their own. Oh, so there was, I highlighted an entire freaking like page in the book, and I thought it was a really, really, really good, like quote. Unless there was Shift G enjoyers, because Shift G skips story dialogue. That's funny. So it was like an entire page that was like a quote, and I like really, 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 really liked it. Actually, I'm just gonna read it from the Kindle. I was gonna pull it up via the Goodreads has like a highlight function, but I'm like, it's not formatted in book style. Let's see. All right. So a lot of this book, like I said, is like very gory, but it also has like battle royale type elements. Only a certain number of people can make it to like the next level. There's people that are killing other players. There's people that are like hyper badass, but like not. It kind of like Hunger Games. Also like the political intrigue. So like the main character is anarchist. and there's like different scenarios that happen. But with this, if you don't want spoilers for the book, I suggest like muting, and then I can give a thumbs up when I'm done. But this was the very end of this book, and it really it really hits you in the feels with it, because it's such a real scenario that people don't think of. So the main characters are Carl, which is like average Joe Schmo, and a cat named Donut. So Donut is Carl. Yeah. Donut is sentient, so she like can talk and stuff like that. So the two of them are companions in this dungeon since the very beginning, since floor 1. So this is from Carl's perspective. I stroked her head softly as I talked. The name of that spell in party has been bothering me for a while now. The way it's written, it means there's only one butcher. I don't think it's possible for Imogen to win that boon. When I was talking to her earlier, she told me the story of the butcher's masquerade. She said at the party we wore masks so we could pretend to be we could pretend for a little bit that we weren't monsters. But she was wrong about that. She had it backwards. You're wearing a mask right now, Donut. You just don't know how to remove it. That's okay. You don't need to. Not yet. That mask is protecting you. This is from Donut. I don't like it, she said. Carl, I know what we went through just now was only a taste of what's coming, especially on the 9th floor. It's going to get worse before it gets better. We're going to lose more friends. We're going to have to do pretty horrible things just to survive. So I need you to keep that mask on. But one day you'll find yourself someplace safe and without worries and without everyone watching, and it'll just fall right off. And it will hurt and you will cry. And everyone else we've lost, you will cry for everyone we've lost along the way. And you'll be glad that you've had it this whole time. Oh my god. So I guess you can kind of imagine what was happening, but like right before it, Donut was like, oh, where was it? Carl, why doesn't it hurt as much as it should? And they were talking about like people dying and like survival and stuff like that. And so that was like the whole thing was like the mask and like living through like surviving and doing what you have to do to survive. And the fact that like this cat who for the first time in their life is now like sentient is like going through these feelings of like, I should care. I should like, why does it hurt as much as it should? And so she thinks she's like broken at this point. She's like, I should care that they died. Why am I not upset? Why am I not as upset as I should be? It doesn't feel right. I think I'm doing something wrong. I think something inside me has broken. And I just like, after reading 6 books of this, like, these characters and having this cat be like having a crisis, and I'm like, oh man, it really hit home of like people that do mask up, and like especially with like people with tisms and stuff like that, and wearing masks and like not feeling like you should care a lot more, but you just like can't. And so it's very interesting reading it about that, and like I thought it was really cool. Because I've had to live like, for me, a lot of the times I get invested in things because it's related, like characters going through something that I've already gone through, whether it be good or bad. And so like for me and reading stories, it's all about relating to the characters and like there are characters that obviously I don't have like no relation to whatsoever, and I don't have any of the experiences that the character does, but still enjoyed the story. But yeah, the relatability for me is like either vicariously living through someone else's story, or man, that reminds me of like something I went through. And so it's just very interesting. And that's like part of like the story. It's like, it's so like almost tear jerking. But yeah. There's been a couple books out there that have been surprisingly emotional. I don't enjoy being reminded of people I used to know from other people. Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. Reading books tends to dig up a lot of like memories because it is an intimate thing. You are reading something to yourself. So yeah, I know it's, for me, I have always loved reading. It's my form of like escapism as well as video games and stuff like that. So like reading Harry Potter and stuff like that as a kid. I used to read constantly. And then this year, I think last year rather, I read like 66 books, 65 books, something like that. And I was on the track to read a lot more than that, and I just stopped for a while. So, yeah. I think I stopped for like 4 months. Maybe even a little bit longer than that. But yeah, 65 books in a year. Pretty good. My goal was 50. So I just like reading different worlds, and it's kind of like, there was a shirt at one point of like essentially talking about like not wanting to live one life but live many, and then it had different like game characters on it, and I really like thought that was cool. I don't really think so. It's more so understanding the feeling that you can't escape and you gotta make do with what's around. Well, I mean, you play BitCraft, and just in general, the fact that you play BitCraft is technically a form of escapism. Any hobby in which it isn't you sitting there with an analog watching TV is escapism. Watching anything that isn't internal. I can play BitCraft to be able to... No, but like, I'm not saying in I think you're taking it very literally, where it's the type of content. You're doing something that isn't just like real life. So like people who only jog, people that don't play video games whatsoever, would look at anyone playing a video game as being like, oh, that's escapism type stuff. As a distraction from your duties. And maybe, I mean, that's definitely a definition of it. But it's also, the tendency to seek distraction or relief from unpleasant realities, especially by seeking entertainment or engaging in fantasy. Yeah. So I guess the unpleasant realities is usually a tendency of it. Tendency to distract oneself from real life problems. Usually it's like, I guess, more negative than anything else, which is interesting because I've heard escapism as being like a positive thing sometimes, where it's like distracting, like more than negative. But yeah, I think it's very interesting. It's interesting that you play BitCraft to be productive. Because when I think of like productivity, I'm like, if you're doing it to be productive, why not do it as like like, why not have a side hustle? Why not do another job? Like, what? Like, why? Sorata, hello. Or Sorata? I think it's Sorata. I don't hop on for the sake of hopping on. With a purpose. I don't view video games as productive at all. It's all escapism. See? That's true too. Like, I mean, it's different sides of it, but like saying playing video games for being productive in any means and like having a goal. Like for me, I'm like, why not just put that effort into something that's gonna like actually be productive? Like video games as a whole aren't really productive unless like you are streaming or making content for it. Like, I don't play videos for the sake of playing video games. Yeah. I use it to improve a certain aspect of myself that I want to improve, to focus on. Have you considered LARPing? That's funny. I mean, that is, it's too socially draining, but I mean, that is like one of the ultimate like improve upon an aspect of yourself. Like have your character go on a quest that is legit like this one thing. Apparently though, more and more people are doing like solo adventure stuff. I was watching Jenny, I forget what her name is. She's like blue hair and talks a lot about D&D stuff. But I watched like one of her solo, like she plays D&D solo with herself a lot apparently. And then there's like more and more people that are coming out and being like, yeah, I do that as like a form of LARPing with myself. And I'm like, I don't know that I could actually play D&D with myself. It seems weird. But I thought about doing Dice and Dangers by myself at some point. So maybe. Yeah, Ginny D. Yeah. Or Ginny Die. As a kid, now I'm actively trying to seek other people. It's a really weird feeling. I've like always had a battle with like being introverted and extroverted at the exact same time. Like it's always been an ongoing battle. For the most part, like I'd rather be introverted. It's less effort to be it's less effort than being extroverted, but there's times where I'm like, I want to be social. I think a lot of people, if you stream, if you do content, it's a misconception. I enjoy doing my own thing within a group. Yeah, I same thing. And then pass after. But yeah, it is currently coming up on 5 o'clock. So it is time for me to head off. Speaking of Ravy is currently playing. Let's see if there is any. Nope. There's Vel. Vel's also playing. We haven't seen Ravy in forever though. I was going to, but yeah. Well, time to do football training for me. Oh no. Yeah. Go take a nap or stay up the entire day and fix your sleep schedule. That's pretty much what I did today. Great stream today. Yay. Thank you, Dan. Thank you everyone for hanging out and having interesting topics, and welcome to my just chatting streams and watching me literally just do nothing. I did it solo. Yep. Oh no. We have an ad break, so I'm gonna wait 1 minute before we raid because we have an ad break, and I don't want to raid out with people still in ads. Before we rave, yep. Once. Oh, they're doing a boss battle. Shoot. Oh well. We're gonna interrupt their boss battle. We have 40 seconds. I like doing these boss battles. They look like fun. I do have the stream what is it called? Stream avatars? I still have that. I just haven't figured out how to set up any of the boss battle stuff or do any of like the mini games. We're gonna lose boss battle anyway? Really? Why are you gonna lose? Okay, there we go. Welcome back from ads. So, thank you everyone. I'm going to be trying to stream. We're back to streaming as long as I'm feeling okay. So, yeah, Happy New Year's everyone. Thank you very much for sticking around for 7 hours. It's been fun. We have a lot to do within BitCraft, and so our to-do list is piling up and piling up. So tomorrow we will get back at it. We might try and do some like dual boxing stuff at some point. But yeah, until then, we are going to just start that raid because I am over time now at this point and I missed out. But thank you everyone for your love and support. Thank you very much for hanging out. Have a good night everyone. Happy New Year's. I know you could be anywhere else and I appreciate the fact that you spent your time here with me tonight. So I will see you tomorrow. I should probably be getting up early. We'll see. We'll see. But I will see everyone tomorrow. And then BitCast on Friday. So have a good night. I hope you have a good night and a good rest of your day. Hrothgar, go sleep. Jazz, enjoy your football practice. Mom, I love you. And Pat, you're awesome. And you will always be awesome. Have a good night, everyone.